there. I've done some cool ass coding projects recently.
Yeah.
Never coded before.
Oh yeah.
I'm a fucking social science loser, right? So
Uh-huh.
I'm not cool like a lot of these STEM kids, but it took me about a day and I built like several apps that like never using AI that like never like don't exist currently.
Mm-hmm.
And can like basically it can take PDFs, convert them into Markdown,
Mm-hmm.
then like using a tool also in this can process it into like an audiobook formatted text and then use Microsoft Edge's TTS instead of using it to just stream. It can
Mm-hmm.
generate entire audiobooks. I can generate
What?
about a 9-hour audiobook in about 20 minutes
Okay, that's really
of
sick.
this program working. Is that sick?
Okay, that's
And
really
it's
sick.
local files. I know,
Uh-huh.
right? And dude, I was like, I was like, I'll pay Evelyn to do this, and then I was like, she didn't get back to me in time, and so I was like,
Mm-hmm.
I'll just do it, and then it was like super easy.
Where do
So
you learn?
it's
What are you coding in, and where do you
Python,
learn? Would you say?
Python, and then
Uh-huh.
Google Gemini was what I was using.
Okay.
Um, and yeah, it's so easy. You just have it make a requirements.txt file. And so it just basically that auto installs all the libraries and dependencies you need to run the program. And then you run
Mm-hmm.
the program and the program runs. And then if it doesn't run, you're like, hey, I got this error. And you paste it in and the AI is like, I'm so sorry you had that error. Let me fix it. And then it's fixed. It's like so sick.
Wow.
Like
Okay.
it's so sick. Like for coding specifically. And what's so funny is I've been a AI tester, AI user for like since 2020. I was using Chat GPT 2.5 to generate fake Starbucks messages and stuff, playing around with
Mm-hmm.
it. And really, the only thing it's been good for so far is coding. A lot of the other stuff, I've had to fucking fight it. Like it like makes shit up and lies. And sometimes if you try to push it for too long, it starts replacing functions in your code with unworking blocks of like representative text because it doesn't want to process it anymore. And so you have to start catching when it starts deceiving you, which is kind of a weird thing. I don't think any two humans used a tool like this before where you have to check if it's like tricking you, but it happens a lot. You have to really check that. But yeah, anyway,
Mm-hmm.
I'll send you that program and all that. It's like
Okay.
really sick.
Yeah. That sounds really cool. The fact that
Yeah.
that's what I really like about the internet is that you run into a problem. All right, I have the resources, and I appreciate that gumption just because sometimes I
Yeah.
just don't see that. There is a
Yeah.
profuse lack of that on the internet where, okay. And the fact that, yeah, it's really interesting because when I code, I never use AI. I'm just like such a purist in terms of, my uncle was saying, oh, what the fuck? Why the fuck are you not using AI? You know, if you run into a trouble or you want to know how to
Yeah,
do
for
something,
coding,
just
it's so sick, dude.
ask the AI. And I'm one of those, the way I learn is sort of, and it's just really weird. I don't know why I have this mechanic, but it's, okay, what happens if, everyone sort of dies around me, and then the internet stops working, or this feature stops
Yeah.
existing? Am I still going to be able to do what I need to do without that? Or to what capacity am I going to be able to do that? If I can't, then I start freaking out. Okay, maybe I don't know the fundamentals, because if I know the fundamentals, then if a lot of stuff gets taken away, then I can actually still exist. I can still,
Have
rely
your
on my
resilience.
fundamentals, right? So I get kind of
Yeah.
scared, right? Where, oh, if I indulge in AI, am I gonna evolve to the point where, okay, what is my problem solving gonna look like? I
That
want to.
no, okay. That's exactly the fear I have too, where it's like, but why didn't I learn how? Because I don't know how to code. Like, I have a sense vaguely of how to do it. Obviously, like, I obviously understand basics of it
Uh-huh.
because I'm not like retarded, again, but like as an internet user. But like, also, I do get kind of scared of the fact that, yeah, like, I'm not learning how to do this. I was like making jokes. People were like, I'm basically like, oh, great AI, solve my problem. Like, I'm just like sending it back itself almost a lot of times. Like, and I'm more like a user. Like it's doing all the work. I'm just like kind of using the app and saying I want this different.
Uh-huh.
And that feels like a very vulnerable relationship. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I feel I'm very vulnerable to a lot of fuckery on AI's part. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not even like what everyone does around me. It's like literally no one around me is doing coding stuff in this way, so I can't really
Right.
check people. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really
I'm at the
confused on
exact
how
same
to
fear.
engage with coding. Yeah, in terms
Yeah,
of, what is the way forward? Because obviously AI is going to be a big part of the workflow. So incorporating that
100%.
into, the skill set that I have is obviously crucial. But in terms of, okay, but I just value the sort of, okay, I'm put in the first room and I have to, I have to problem solve how to survive in the first room, and that's it. I just have the pistol and how to move. That's
Yeah.
and so setting these limitations for me, it's outside the boundaries of, okay, I'm trying to get from A to B. It's, I want to enjoy the process of getting A to B. And the process is, okay, I actually just like sitting there and problem solving. What the fuck is going on? Now, sometimes the problem solving is just really not imaginative. It's, oh yeah, syntax error. And
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you usually, if you're super try hard, you've completely decked out your code editor to show you, esoteric things that, the
Yes,
standard interface wouldn't show you. So
100% VS Code. Yeah, VS Studio, whatever it is.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, VS Studio, and then you have a shit ton of plugins.
Oh yeah. Well,
To
and that's
mitigate,
basically
yeah.
it. Like I have the way that I have it set up is like I don't know if you can see the screenshot, but it says like use one of these two prompts to clean the text. Basically,
Mhm.
I did some prompt engineering to make it such that like when you paste this in with one of the outputted files, and also again it has a text box too, so you can just paste it. You
Mhm.
can just like copy stuff directly in and create audiobooks in like a couple seconds. Like
Mhm.
I've like copied long ass Discord messages and it outputs it in like 15, 16 seconds, like an
Uh-huh.
entire audio message of it, in like a Microsoft Edge like voice too. But
Nice.
the prompt engineering, I used another AI. I used like ChatGPT 4.1 to like make the prompts.
Mhm.
Like, and so that's one thing I have realized is that you kind of want to play the AIs off each other a bit. You want to like use one to validate another. You want to use one to create a prompt that you use on the other, and then you use the failure of that prompt to get the prompt better. If that makes sense? Like you basically, it's like you constantly want to be bouncing back and forth between things. Like you want the coding process to be you doing something, the AI doing something, and then you reacting to that, and in that kind of process. And then you also want, when you want to make the AI do something, you want to use another AI to do that. And so that's like the ultimate de-skilling though. Like I'm not gaining any skills by doing that. It's like
Mhm.
literally anyone could do this.
Uh-huh.
That process, like I want app. I want
Mm.
rounder edges. I want purple. It really is very baby. It's very baby kind of like
Mhm.
thing. I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, that's particularly why I don't engage. Probably to a lot of my detriment, just because
Definitely.
operating
That's
on a
fine.
very super conservative, we need to do things the way I did it. Yeah, yeah. Why? Just because I was born in a certain era doesn't mean that it was the best way to do things. But I still cling on. And I think I still do have a point in terms of having good fundamentals. So if I have a
Oh
tool
yeah.
taken away from me, having good movement is just a good fundamental technique outside of just
Exactly.
playing high rounds. You get thrown into a first room, yeah, you're gonna have to rely on movement. It's a really good fundamental skill to have in the game, and that's sort of how I look at it in terms of, okay, with AI, I do get kind of scared engaging with problem solving tasks with AI. So yeah, I probably should engage at it at some level, but also I'm looking at the voices too. Anna Child, who's,
Yeah.
who's
Yeah,
like
those are the
a
only ones that work. What the only ones that work that are like the neural engine thing are those ones. And that's another thing
okay.
that AI did. AI gave me, dude, a bunch of options that those don't exist in Microsoft AI, Microsoft Edge TTS. And I was laughing about it with Orbit. They gave me like, like Bertrand and stuff like that. I'm like, I've never heard of a fucking Bertrand in a
Bertrand.
TTS options. Like, where's that? And so I just realized a bunch of them were just erroring. Like when you try to actually use it, it just errors.
Uh-huh.
Um, and so I just ended up making a list of all the ones that were like not working and then deleted it. And that's where I got that screenshot from. But
Okay.
that's, yeah, but as you can see, those are all the like Microsoft Edge like voices, and it just installs the dependency. Like it just installs the Edge TTS dependencies there. And it
Mm-hmm.
took a little bit of time to get it to actually output at the right rate and volume slider. Like for a little bit, it was just reading out the commands like in the text to speech
Oh,
file, like of like what I was telling it to do. And it was always
yeah.
Jenny. And so it took a little bit of troubleshooting to that. I was just like, it's clearly reading it as an instruction to be TTS and not an instruction about the TTS, fix it. And the AI did it
Mm-hmm.
instantly. So
Wow.
um, yeah, it's really like responsive. But again, if it goes on for too long, it starts getting kind of fucky and it starts adding features that aren't supposed to be there, and then it starts breaking it. So You have to be really conservative with how you prompt it. Otherwise, you can like go a little too crazy by adding too many features. And it's like, oh, I can add this and I can add this. And you're like, okay, do that. And then none of it works. And it's like, the OCR function's gone now. And like the interface doesn't work and all that. So.
Oh, also this Brexit video you sent me, I don't know who made it, but
it's a classic.
A little bit off. It's a little bit off. There's a lot of things right, but it's a little bit off.
It's a hood classic. It's I think 100% correct. Every part of it. No, it's off. What's off about it?
Wake up and meet the wife Susan. Flip flops on point, but the body size, I think that's more of. I was thinking, is this an imposter American or somebody that's been consuming too much American media? Because being fat, that isn't necessarily how I imagine. And usually I imagine like a very anorexic sort of
like a spindly woman who's like wears too many sweaters, like wears a bunch of sweaters to keep warm, and that's how I imagine it too in the UK actually, or in France too.
Usually the fat sort of I don't know, like mid-30s woman, you sort of we call it like just like a woman on benefits with a bunch of kids, and never lost her what do you call it, like birth pregnant weight. that's sort of the stereotype that Susan has, but not really something. My Little Princess, isn't she beautiful? Just really overweight. No, that's not really how I imagine it. But Time to Take George to Football, perfect. It's completely immaculate. Yeah. That's just
George too.
Yeah, George looks perfect. Yeah, that's 1-to-1.
George is perfect.
Rev up the Bugatti. That broken car, that just seems like an artifact of the meme. That doesn't really no one driving a car like that around, obviously.
What do we think about Toby's though? That's what I was wondering.
Perfect. Yeah, we're popping up to Toby.
That looks great, right? Yeah, load up that plate. That plate looks horrifying to me. That looks like death, like on a plate.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen. The grab a pint one is hilarious. Yeah, that's obviously UK drinking culture. Which, looking lovely today, lads. Also, the raining thing. So I live in Essex. I've seen a lot of videos on London, and it actually just does look overcast all the time when I look at videos in London, which is really funny.
Oh yeah. But Essex looks really pretty and green from what I've seen.
Essex is just sunny all the time. I don't know where the rain. I think one day it was forecast rain every day. I'd never seen anything like it, and it just didn't rain at all. We had a lightning storm warning, and I went out on a bike ride because I trusted that it was still going to be sunny. It was sunny. There was no lightning storm that happened, so it's really sunny. I've never complained about the weather over here, but it just might be the particular part because I'm all the way in the east, southeast. So really warm all the time. It's never really cold. It doesn't really rain, and it's not really overcast. Though last winter, I think we had 1 week of full overcast days in January, and that fucking killed me. I remember that specifically. But it's very and I'm very much a sun person. So when the sun's out, I'm very motivated. When it's not, I'm really dreary. So I really
depression.
What'd you say?
Are you big on seasonal depression then?
See, I don't know what the.
No, do you know what that is? That's a real thing.
I've heard that term before, absolutely.
Yeah.
I heard it originally from, there was this one guy called Kwakwi that played Minecraft, and he would disappear at the same time every year. And so people would assume that he had seasonal depression. That's the first time I heard it. But I've never really had it explained outside of you just get, I guess, depressed at certain times of year. But I definitely.
It's basically about the lack of light. It's basically about the way that the like, because it's shorter in winter and because it's overcast more, you get, when you wake up, you don't get the light photons hitting the side of your eye, basically. And that doesn't produce a lot of this kind of motivation, and like it like that process of waking up and like kind of looking out at the sun, like that's such a natural thing for humans to do, and like that's an indication that the day is going to be good and things are going to go well, and like it gives you a sort of like, from a chemical perspective, like an actual different mindset. And so not having that, waking up, it's fucking dark outside, it's not like, you're not getting what your body needs in terms of like that. So there's all this like light therapy shit that exists for that. But yeah, some people just get depressed when it's like they don't see the sun and it's like not like sunny out. It totally fucks up their day. Like to not have that be a thing.
For me, it completely just ruins my day. Yeah, actually, that genuinely does ruin my day. So I don't know if that's I don't know, in terms of if that's not a real thing, because obviously it's a
Yeah, it's the thing people.
the term exists for a reason, but in terms of, I don't know if
Yeah,
that's like
yeah.
a clinical thing or if that's just
Oh,
an
it's not like
expression
you take
people.
a pill. It's just like you get this like light lamp that you sit next to while you like
Hmm.
read what like you're it's in the morning. You're like sitting drinking,
Hmm.
and like you put a light lamp near and it just hits the side of your eyes with these photons, and then it like cancels out the problem. Basically, is all it is.
Right.
Because
And
it needs to be a type of. It can't just be digital light. It needs to be a type of light that outputs that like type of photon that is your body
that's
receives as like.
really
Yeah, it's weird.
interesting. But also, it's one of those things where um, my hobby of cycling is an outside one, and because at some times of the year it just gets dark really early. I like
Yep,
going out into the countryside and seeing the countryside when it's sunny. I like seeing that. So when I don't get to engage in that, it
it hurts.
yeah, it really hurts. It
Yeah,
basically, I don't get to engage in it in the morning, because in the morning it gets sunny really late.
yeah.
So you're basically robbed of engaging in the hobby, and that completely,
And
it's not
then
like
that kills
it kills, but you have to sort of change how you engage in the hobby, and it's not the same. And it's one of those things where I was actually thinking about it in terms of my identity is a trap, where I've sort of made it a part of my identity, at least the way I view myself, where I view myself as I don't like, I like particular parts of the summer. The aspect of being able to cycle really late, I really like the long twilight that exists, especially the twilight bike rides, really fun to engage in. It's sort of, I can engage in a second bike ride in the day, while still engaging in, oh, it's still bright outside, so I can go into the country where there are no lights. So I like that, and the fact that the winter doesn't have it, obviously that is a big detriment for me. But it's not like I couldn't engage in a different version of my hobby in the winter, in terms of
right, right.
doing nighttime rides. But because in my head it's, no, I like daytime rides. I've sort of created this identity trap where I've I'm focusing on what I like and what I dislike, and
Rather
I'm
than what
not
you need to
trying
do.
to find an area within the dislike where I can actually salvage some sort of enjoyable experience for myself. And so I'm just in this place where I hate the winter more than I really could. And that's something that that's like within the past 2 weeks I've just been thinking about that way, that I'm probably putting myself in a worse situation in the winter by not trying to salvage any sort of enjoyable experience in the winter, instead of just seeing it as, I actually see winter as sort of just like this transitional period that exists where, oh, this is just a temporary thing that exists until the good times come.
That's
This is
brutal.
not what the world is meant to look like. um it's really, yeah, it's really yeah, it's a really fucked up way to look at it. But yeah, the winter really affects me. I can't stand
I
the
would say
winter.
I would say that straight up, like your ability to engage in that would would benefit from a light therapy lamp. And like, like I'm not usually pushing shit that is like you got to get these crystals type shit. And it
Uh-huh.
sounds like seasonal depression. It sounds like a woman's like made up illness to explain why she can't have sex with her husband. Honestly, like if we're being real, like that's what it sounds like. It sounds like she's making up some shit in terms of like why like that part, like why she can't have sex right now. It's like, oh, I got my seasonal depression or my fibromyalgia is acting up or some shit. But it's real, and it's fucking like if humans get sad when you don't like look at the sun as a part of your day, because that's like how you know things are going good. If you're not looking at the sun for large periods of time, you're hiding in a cave. Probably you're fucking like doing shit that is like genuinely dangerous and is not going to be in a good mental space. So your body is so attuned to whether or not you're getting the proper amount of sunlight at start of the day. And sometimes if you're waking up at 6 a.m., like you're going to be in the darkness for a little bit at the beginning, and that's going to kill your motivation for the day. So
Mm.
definitely look at like light therapy lamps, like $100, and like it just see if like you just sit next to it for like 15 minutes during the day and at the beginning, and maybe feels a little better when you go out, and maybe it's a placebo effect, right? But it's like even
Uh-huh.
then, at least you feel like you're doing something about it, and then you can like do your hobby. I feel like I don't know,
Uh-huh.
but
Yeah.
I'll throw that out there.
Interesting.
But I
Yeah.
don't want to. I want to mention the zoo thing. I want to go back to the zoo thing though,
Yeah.
because
Yeah. I just realized. Yeah, we're
yeah,
talking
I want
about
to go back
something
to
else,
that
right?
because that's yeah. I want to know about that.
Yeah. So I've
Like,
had
you're zoo
thought.
to me.
What'd you say?
You're zoo to me. You're zoo to me. Like,
That's
like in my
very
mind, I didn't even know Trickies ran it for a long time. In like my head, I'm like, this is Flur's server. This is Flur's
That's
server.
really
Like,
funny.
it is your server.
No, no,
So
no.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like if
Um,
you not being there is like what?
yeah. So, is um, started thinking. I had two thoughts at the same time, and they sort of converged. But the main thing was started rethinking about my friendships, right? So sometimes
Mhm.
this thing happens in Zoom where private calls happen, and this has happened before. I've left the sub before, once before, where I found out they had a private room in the server that I couldn't see, but everyone else was using, but me, and
Oh,
that just pissed me off because you could have at least said something, and it really annoyed me. And that's sort of been a history of Zoom, and usually it wasn't just me isolated alone. It was usually other people would be isolated. Usually EXE and Galactic were the main offenders where they would have their. I was talking about this with Wanda too. He was sort of saying it from a different perspective because he would engage within that the other group that they made was the Harold group, and
oh,
that's when
right,
we
right.
invited Dank back in the server after I think he got kicked or something after a argument with Trickies. I asked Trickies to invite him back in because these guys have their own private shit going on. And yet these are the big guys. These are the guys that don't want Dank in here. So let's get Dank in here because I want to talk to Dank. I enjoy talking to Dank, and it's funny because I remember the first time Dank came back. The time that Dan came back in there, I remember you and Stealth joined the call when he was in there. It was just a bunch of fun. I remember Tricky's ruminating on
Oh
that
yeah,
whole
yeah.
conversation. It was just like, oh wow, I'm glad I
So fun.
invited Dan back because it was really fun. And it was really fun because everyone is engaging in just the public rooms of the server, and anyone could have
Right.
just joined. It was very spontaneous. I really enjoy that,
I thought the
and
spontaneity of it too. Yeah.
and I'm very much like that. I'm very much I leave myself open and I'm confrontational in terms of when I have a problem. I don't
You hit
always
it.
do this because I'm not going to pretend that I don't have bottled up feelings. But I tend to be more provocative and confrontational. So just a short brief history in terms of private calls have always kind of been a thing about the server, but they kind of became less of a problem as things went on. But you know what? The thing that started this off was the Ender thing. So when Ender came back, obviously I had, I think, maybe 3 different conversations. And obviously I'm being very much antagonistic to Ender's appearance in the server because, yeah, duh, you guys were talking shit about him the whole time. And now you're just being all friendly to him. To me, is, I sort of demarcate between the heart and the mind. The heart is sort of, oh, Ender's my friend, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
intellectually
yeah,
it's sort of,
yeah,
wait, this guy kind of fucked me over. This guy just kind of ran away. Why is he back? He sort of rejects a lot of the things that we like. So why are you engaging with us? Are you just kind of lonely? And if so, are you kind of just using the whole emotions against the people in the server in terms of, oh,
right.
they're
They're
gonna think,
playing
oh
into the
yeah, you're
heart.
back, but then you're just gonna dip the next time you find pussy, or you go for a different part of your life where you find friends that are more in tune with what you like. So to me it was very 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 suspicious of him coming back, and so obviously I'm announcing that to the people in the server, and
Oh,
um
I remember.
yeah, I think what Frenzy said, I think, was really interesting. Frenzy tends to be pretty. A lot of the times he's on point with
He's
character.
very astute. He's very astute. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
very
I think
astute
he's
at that too.
really in terms of he's very much he, he's got high
Observant.
self preservation. I remember the
Oh
first
yeah,
time he
pretty
fell out with
smart.
Yezi. and I had to tell Yezi, this is why this guy doesn't like you. I had to spell it out to him. It's very obvious if you're looking from an outside perspective, especially knowing Frenzy's status in terms of, this guy has, people following him that are from basically Yezi posted a screenshot of Frenzy saying the N-word to get, like 10 likes on Twitter, and then Frenzy said, what the fuck is this? He blocked Yezi, and Yezi was like, what the fuck? Why did he block me? Why do you think he blocked you, fucking idiot? Like, this guy's a former content creator, has like content creator friends, maybe wants to go back into that field eventually. But why would he want something that could, get him to lose subscriber and get him to lose connections? And why would he want that on his thing? And so he's been very much self-disciplined in terms of he cut Yezi off and he never unblocked him. Never, ever, ever unblocked him. Never wanted to talk to him. And so, and his judgment was right on that. I completely agree with his judgment. Yeah, this guy is just, I've known Yezi for years. Now, I'm in a position where I could take that, take the sort of, him acting like a clown to me it doesn't really affect me. I don't really care. But Frenzy, when you have some sort of stakes in the game, I can understand why. Okay, I just don't want to deal with this guy. And he's sort of done this with other people, where he's kept arm's length with other people, because he knows that some people are just hyenas. They're really crazy, and they shouldn't be talked to because he calls them a waste of time. This person is just a waste of time. You talk to them, and they're not really gonna listen to anything. They're sort of, let's say, they're looking to dump your problems onto you, but then they don't listen to you. And so he's identified a lot of, bad behaviors people have had and blocked them out. And so when he's talking shit on Endo, I kind of take that seriously more than if other people said that.
Most people, 100%, right? Yeah.
So.
And also he has passive Ender too. It's not like it's just a person. Exactly. It's not like he's just commenting on it abstractly. It's like he's seen him do. And apparently, from what I remember about this, is that he did the same shit to other groups. Like.
Mm-hmm. So when I hear that, definitely more emboldened in terms of this Ender guy seems like bad news to me. I don't trust this guy's appearance in the server. And what so obviously I have those conversations in the server, and then I have the conversation with Endo where I the one that you made a whole document about, and then talk to me about that with EXE. After that conversation, now looking back on that, I think that's when everything changed in terms of people are being less public, if not public at all, in the server. I don't see people engaging in the server whatsoever.
Right.
Apart from, so I'm only talking to EXE at this point. I think from this point on, I think I may have talked to Trickies once or twice past this point, and I think it was me instigating the conversations every time. Aside from that, I never saw him in the chat. I never saw him in my DMs. I mean, I'm not a person that DMs at all. I really I prefer VCs. Just because it's just easier to convey the subtleties of what I'm trying to say in terms of, I don't need to get into that tangent, but basically, we don't DM much anyway, but it was less than usual because we were watching something too. And I'm just surprised that, you didn't want to follow up on, watching something. You never messaged me about that. But yeah, it was just me talking to EXE. And through EXE, EXE would drop some things. Now, this is not something that he's dropping intentionally in terms of he's trying to inform on the rest of the Zoo group. It's sort of one of those things where, he'll start talking about, something that he did, and then, he'll send a screenshot or something, or he'll,
and you get a context of a social landscape that you didn't see. You're like, wait.
Right, yeah, there's a whole group happening. He was saying, Ender's getting a new PC. What the fuck? That never happened in Zoo. How do you know that Ender's getting a whole new PC? That is very interesting. So, I'm just going, okay. And I'm pretty sure he may have just explicitly just said, we're on a VC or whatever. But I just let that go because that's just the history of the server. I didn't realize it was a whole group of them staying in VC from what I can gather, and or throughout multiple VCs. But that's where I first sort of started getting an inkling. Just put it at the back of my mind. It's okay. Let me just see what happens, what unfolds. If there's gonna be more stuff that happens, I'll just add that to my add that to the
Mental
reasons where I don't even want to, like, should I be engaging with these people that can't even confront me?
health reason.
Right. I think I saw EXE streaming. I got on in the morning. I was doing Anki, and usually I put something on the side. So while I'm doing my Anki, I go on Twitch and I see EXE streaming, and he's streaming, and I was like, oh wait, Tricky's on. I thought he'd be, I thought he was busy or something, but it's just like him, Tricky's, and Affirmed just in the corner. I don't see them in Zoo. So I'm thinking, oh, okay, so these guys are just full on private VCing. But again, so this is when I start to just sort of, I just kind of want to disengage with all the cool Zoo members. I don't even want to talk to them anymore. But I'm still in Zoo. The people, I don't know if you saw, but Demons would send stuff in, pinging me in Zoo. I just talked to him in DMs. I didn't even want to chat in Zoo. Fuck that. I don't even want to chat in that server. So I just DM Demons and Frenzy in private DMs because I didn't want to use the server, and I just hadn't left at that point. And then I saw, I think I saw a screenshot of EXE playing AMQ with Endo, and I'm thinking, man, are these guys just all bum licking each other in a private call with Ender? And the reason why they're not talking to me is because I was so antagonistic to Ender being part of the server, and I was being very critical with their whole. I don't really hold people account to hypocrisy, too much, because I understand that your feelings can change on certain things. But what about Ender made you think that he's different, or he's reliable? When I talked to him, he seemed like a fucking lion. Fuck, the fact that he's talking about oh, anime is just this, weird, it's just like over sexualized. Man, you watch anime, all anime is not like that. So why would you engage in a single anime? It's just kind of weird. It's kind of ridiculous, especially if your friends recommend it to you and it's coming from a passion, from their passion. Why would you not engage in that? When he's talking about that thing at the end, I didn't even catch it at the end because he was saying it in a very broken manner. But he was talking about, if somebody squashed ice cream in front of him, he would still enjoy ice cream regardless of if that person was trying to.
That was so funny. It's like, that's the opposite of everything you've said up at this point. You'd actually be like, oh, I hate that too. Actually, I stop on ice cream as well. Like, that's my favorite thing to do, is to stop on ice cream. And I'm so glad I met someone who finally does too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was his, it's
so
obvious. Like,
and then he's telling me the story of how he would kind of felt really weird, where he you kind of called it like he's kind of checking me or challenging me, where he said he would beat somebody up if somebody
in real life.
That felt to me that felt like a very different Endo. I know I haven't seen him in a while, and he's in the main.
I'm the kind of guy who, if people, what I say online, you get it in real life. He's like, are you that kind of guy? Would you back it up in real life? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
I'm not getting violent in real life. It's over something that I said on the internet. I think
it's a fucking caveman thought compared. Like, for you, like, you'd be like offended by that. You're like, does this mean we can't have discussions that are passionate now if it's going to turn into fighting? Because what's the point of talking with someone intensely and emotionally and passionately if the result will be, if you can't trust them to remain like civil and be like, this is just a conversation, this is just a discussion, like, this isn't.
Otherwise it's an antagonistic talk, but it's an antagonistic,
like, we're veering towards like hooligan brawling over like football teams that don't know your name and don't care if you die. Like, we're getting towards that territory. Like,
this is ridiculous, right? So I like to work for a reason. So him saying that is just so very, very warped in terms of calling like a pathetic sense of masculinity that he's trying to sort of convey. So
which we think is safe too.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
No, which and we think that is also fake. Like we think like it's ironic to be like, oh, I will back, but we actually don't think we're not sure really, if that's something he would do. But again, the whole point is why are we even in that mode? Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, why are you even trying to convey yourself as being this sort of person? To me, that seems very he's very scripted in terms of he'd be bloodied. He'd be bloodied. Yeah. This is crazy. The level of violence he saw, man, is vile. And I've said this before too, where if I met anyone in real life, I don't want them to be violent. I think violent is a very big turn off if you resort to violence. I think everything should be done through reason rather than through violence. And somebody that resorts to violence is, that's intimidating because I'm not going to resort to that. I have enough self-preservation where, no, I don't want to get, permanent damage to myself, especially when, a lot of the people that are violent also just tend to, let's say people are doing substances. And this happens in a social gathering place. Yeah, some of these people may be drinking. Yeah, I'm not getting involved with somebody that's inebriated because I'm not somebody that abuses substances myself, so I'm wary of other people, not being in the right state of mind, and then wanting to instigate something. I'm gonna be around that. That's just a really bad environment to be in terms of danger, lack of self-preservation, and for what, right? It's one of those things where I sort of use this as an example. In books, right? Let's say you'll have like a fantasy book or something, or like a movie or something where you'll have two characters, let's say antag protag, where there's an interesting philosophical conflict, but the way it gets resolved is by fighting, which doesn't actually that doesn't get into the core of what your philosophical argument was.
It's almost a waste of time. Everything else before that was a waste of time because Might was right, and you could have just power ranked them, and it's fucking stupid. Like,
no matter how bad your argument was, you could have just beat them up, and then you get your way at the end of the day. So I think it's a very lazy way to resolve conflict. Or, I mean, there's also another way of this where you have a villain have a very interesting philosophy, but then you make them do really extreme, stupid stuff that sort of undermines that instead of making it really... Bane, yeah, that's the example I was thinking of, yeah. It's...
Sorry.
It's that's sort of why I have a dislike for violence, and I've said that in the VCs too. And to agreement, obviously. I think everyone in Zoo is more of the sort of nerdy type that likes to be on a computer and talk about talk about different hypotheticals and philosophy rather than we're brawling to show our hierarchy and status within the group. No, there's never been the currency, the social currency that the group runs on. So for that not to be a wow, that's just what the fuck. That's really psychotic and sort of doesn't gel well with the group. The fact that none of these character flaws are investigated further. Like, wait, I do want to question him further, because definitely after that conversation, hey, I want to question him further, but I don't want to be a fucking interrogator, and I kind of come off as that, talking to him. I am, kind of interrogating, because I don't trust you. I really don't trust you. I made that straight. I do not trust that guy. You coming into the server like that, I don't know what your motives are, especially when you don't have shared interest. And actively disdain our shared interest and calling them feminine. And I don't know why people are obsessed with Japan, because I remember that there was one conversation I had with him before that he doesn't know why people are obsessed with Japan. It's a really weird conversation, and it's funny because me and Trickies would be talking about that, and Trickies would even bring up conversations that he's had with him.
And you're learning Japanese. You're learning. I mean, is he fucking like he's like literally giving you the middle finger? I don't know, intentionally or not, but like that. Like, how could you interpret that?
Japan in September, by the way. So
like what? Like exactly?
Yeah. So to me, obviously these after having these conversations, I'm obviously correct to be suspicious of this person. What the fuck is this person? To me, this person is somebody that's not very in tune with what they think, and I like that intellectual honesty of, wait, I brought up a contradiction in your views, and you're not somebody that is introspecting to resolve this contradiction. Yeah, I know what anime used to be like. Why am I resorting to, it's over sexualized? Why can't I have a more complex view on anime instead of just going over sexualized? That's somebody that can't introspect enough, and that's something that at least in the server, that's what we like to do. We do like to think about, okay, should, women be allowed to show their nipples like men can? Should, what, yeah, what, is it bad to rape on Alpha Centauri? We like to ask these really, ridiculous questions because we like to think about things that are contrary to, something that's been programmed within us. So he just goes against that. And so that's my, I definitely have the Casus belly there to ask him questions because what the fuck are you as a person? You go against a lot of the core values of Zoo. But after that, yeah, basically the sub is completely vacant, and I just noticed that you're right, these are just private VCs, and I'm soft banned from these private VCs. I'm not involved. I'm not getting messaged. You guys don't even really give a fuck.
Soft banning is the worst type of banning. At least Frenzy was fucking blocking Yezi and said, like there's like an I don't know, an honesty with that. There's like a continued dishonesty about the soft banning, like a right. It's very indicative. I can totally see what you're saying now. It's like that soft banning, that not wanting to even confront, like we don't like if they see you as too confrontational, they're so not confrontational they can't even confront your confrontations. Like they have to soft ban it. They have to kind of like unsayingly dance around this thing that are doing, which is basically choosing Ender over you, right? That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Like you took seriously what they said when Ender left. You took seriously what they said is something they believed. You then just continued to apply that when Ender came back, and they actually weren't. They were. It turns out it was more cope on their part originally, and they would have immediately taken it back if they could, and they did. Right.
So,
that's brutal, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's happened before, and I joined back, and it seems as though nothing changed. And it's really funny because when I joined back, I sort of felt very unsatisfied with the apology. I felt really, really unsatisfied. Where I'm just gonna join back because I want to be friends with these guys, and I sort of just hoped that it wouldn't happen again. I sort of just took it as an inevitable that at least some people in here are gonna be very much private focused.
Immature.
And immature, but I don't think that of Tricky's himself. I don't think Tricky's would also be engaged in that behavior, even though he kind of was before. He was in the hidden room, and it's his server. He's the one that manages the pump. So I don't know, unless I get major concessions, or maybe I just have my view is a little bit distorted because again, this is just I haven't talked to anyone about this, right? I haven't talked to Trickies. I haven't talked to EXE. I don't even know if anyone even knows that I left Suit because it's only you two that have even mentioned it.
Well, again, I noticed it because you were the fucking main person engaging with shit in the server. Like, I know, I even mentally made a note of the fact I'm like, when Frenzy sent you that message being like, is this kind of similar to your accent? Or is it like, to me, it's 1-to-1? And you're like, no, that's more like a London kind of accent. I was like, that's a lot shorter of a response than Fleur would usually give to a question like that. Like, usually Fleur would explain like what what makes his act, like how you could know that that's not like you just said it as like a statement that this is the case. Usually you're the kind of person to be like, this is the case, and then here's why I think that's the case. And if you want to recognize the accents going forward, you can do this and this. And like, that's like, I was like, I kind of took it as like, oh, he might just be busy. There's like demotivation mentally or something, or, but like, usually you have this like, this like lively energy where it's like, it's not just, you're not like Kurt in that way. I don't know if that makes sense, but it was just very like, very basic. And it was just like, you couldn't be fucked to engage with this, like anything really in the server, it looked like to me. And then I didn't see you in there. I was like, what? So
right. So
it's kind of crazy that no one's
but I don't even know if anyone noticed. That's the thing, right? Because I'm not in the server anymore, so
that hurts too.
That
kind of hurts. I feel like, I don't know. I mean, at least it would hurt me.
I don't know. I don't
know. Okay about it.
I don't know how I feel about it because it's one of those things where the way intellectually I'm thinking, well, I've put a lot of investment in at least in the group in terms of building the dynamics, and it's not like I've not I don't have contact with these people. I can message them, but it's the friendship isn't the same in terms of it's severed in a way where we could only be, you know, the most minor of acquaintances now in terms of like, yeah, we have shared interests, but there's no way I'm getting vulnerable with you people because you're not somebody that you're people that would you're not gonna be straight with me, you're not gonna be honest with me. So I've lost that, and because I've invested time getting, you know, more vulnerable with these people, it's one of those things where fuck, now I don't have that, you know, core friend group. I would have to now reignite previous. I have to do a lot of groundwork again, reestablishing with people that, you know, probably in different points in their life, and not only
Yeah.
that, but also they might just not be the same person as I knew before. So
Right.
to reestablish the friendships that I had before, prior, that would definitely be, it's just a lot of work. So I sort of that's the tough part is that, oh, can I do that again? Can I, you know, find new friends? Obviously I can. Finding new friends is something that you think is really difficult, and until you know, just end up
Until you
driving
do
with
it, of course.
people.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I I'm also just the person that's, I'm just really bad at friendships too in terms of keeping them.
I'm bad at friendships too. Yeah.
Would you say?
I'm bad at friendships too. I know. Yeah. Sorry. No, I was just
Right.
agreeing.
In terms of keeping them, in terms of I can, you know, talk to people all fine. I'm definitely a very personal person.
Yeah, you are.
And but keeping the friendships too is that, oh yeah, sometimes I just do forget to message back, bro. I'll read a message and go, all right. It's the fact that with Zoo is that because I talk to the people in the VC, is that there's way more of that connection, there's way more of that continuation between what happened in the VC, so it's way easier to continue that in the DMs. And I don't even really
Right.
DM these people really ever anyway, because a lot of the things they just happen in VC anyway. I've just never been that really bad pen pal. So probably also just I have to brush up on being somebody that, wait, I met these people and had a really nice time with them. Maybe I
I got
should.
a problem. Make this happen. Yeah, yeah. I gotta make this happen. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I have to definitely input. I can't rely on somebody else. So that's one part of the that's one part of the zoo thing too. But also I was just re-examining not only that's just the entire of zoo in general. But it also hurts because I was definitely closest to it. It's really funny because I've sort of moved around in terms of who I'm closest to in the server.
Yeah.
Probably where I think maybe, you know, closer to the beginning of the year, it's more of an EXE. When I started using the server more, I was way closer to Dank in terms of, you know, I'd always be on Dank's side. I was well, I'd always be on Dank's side in terms of petty relationship, you know, drama
Drama. Yeah, yeah.
within the server. I was definitely I'm confrontational. Like Dank, I like talking to Dank because when I talk to him and we shout at each other, I know the next time we're gonna talk to each other, it's like
Hey,
we're
what's up, dude?
flat. Would you say?
Yeah. It's like, yo, what's up, dude? It's like you'll never. He's like, yeah, like that's how it is a day, dude. And that's I kind of like that. I kind of don't like that because he'll often trick me into thinking that we're more in agreement than we are by just being willing to like maintain an open relation, like open communication. Like I know I can always, as you said, like we're flat, like we're chill.
Mm-hmm.
I can always talk to him again, and we'll be
Mm-hmm.
chill always. Like I know that about him. I know that I don't know what that is, but yeah, sometimes, but I don't know how much I like that in terms of an actual friendship, but in
Right.
terms of a
Okay.
server partner, that's
Uh-huh.
huge. Having someone in the server that is, like, talking and doing shit, like, everyone else is kinda passive, and really thinking about what you're saying, like, yeah, I do see the dank being kicked as kind of a precedent of removing confrontation. Like, you're right,
Yeah.
like, I didn't think about it in that way, but in retrospect, that was kind of the first sign that there's a prioritizing of a bland stagnantness in Zoo above a kind of dynamic, unpredictable, spontaneous, like, confrontation kind of
Uh-huh.
place.
By the way, it was Dank that left. The reason why he's out now is because he left because he got triggered over the religion stuff, and also Tricky's was actually just trying to instigate arguments with Dank,
Yeah, yeah.
really hard. So, it's funny because it's sort of the opposite where Dank doesn't want to deal with the confrontation. I thought it was acting a little bit like a baby where he was saying,
He
"Oh,
was, yeah,
why would
yeah.
you ask the astrology question to me? Really? Why would we
Oh
ever
yeah,
know
yeah, yeah.
that that would trigger you? This is insane."
Oh yeah, no, he's a little baby.
Right.
But it's still, but he didn't. But Tricky's wasn't doing that. Like that was done. I think, and yeah, and I think it had devolved. I don't think that. I think that relationship had devolved. I think Dank's presence there had become a matter of like, let's see how triggered we can get Dank today. It became like a little mini game inside
Yes.
a zoo.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, that absolutely became the relationship, yeah, where Tricky's became more confrontational, overly confrontational, where the whole relationship is hinging on, okay, we can't just sit there and just have a conversation. It has to be okay. Let's basically put dynamite in between us two, and see who. That's the game that you wanted to play, which is I remember when people do that with Solanat too, where I would do that originally with Sonat, but then I get bored of that, and then I would move on to having just conversations, and we talk about because I know a bit about Ottoman history, and he's just a Turk abroad, so he's obviously really obsessed with that whole identity of being Turkish, and so we can talk about Ottoman stuff. It's just a shared interest that we have. So it's fun talking about in terms of just the general I can talk about these historical figures, and then I can get inroads based on that because he knows that I'm paying attention to what he's saying because I know what he's talking about, and so I can start talking about other just general things like in terms of where does your
Move him. I think he
identity.
slides down. Wait, hello.
Hello, yeah.
Oh no, I had I left for like a minute and a half just to say because my grandpa like
Oh, okay,
I
I
had to
didn't
move.
realize.
I'm so sorry. No, I was my dad was knocking on the door. I had to move because my back was hurt. So go back like a minute and a half because I
Okay.
was saying Dank Dank like it was antagonistic. It was a mini game. It wasn't about
Yeah,
actually
I get that.
engaging or
Yeah.
confronting. It became a sort of parody of itself. That's where I stopped, and then I moved my grandpa up because he like slides down this medical bed because it's like
Uh-huh.
elevated, and so we have to like
Okay.
reposition his head up because he's not strong enough to because he just beat an infection. Anyway,
Uh-huh.
so I'm back
Okay,
though.
I got you.
Yeah.
I was talking about I've been in I've seen friendships like that where you have, I think it was Solonat, where people would like to come into VC and then get his most controversial opinions and then disagree with the controversial opinions. And I remember doing that at the beginning, and that's where people got the idea from because I did it at the beginning. And then I would eventually move away from that just because me and Solonat actually do have shared interests. We do. He's a Turkish expat in Belgium, so he really likes what you call it, he hinges a lot of his identity off of that, so he knows Ottoman history, and so I
Oh
know
yeah.
a bit about the Ottoman history, so I will talk to him about that. When he says Suleiman the Magnificent, I know what he's talking about, and so that gives me more inroads for me to have a serious conversation. And someone that's actually a very he's a very perceptive person. This is somebody that I
He's
couldn't
eccentric.
troll.
He's eccentric though. That's the thing. It's like he's
He's
eccentric, but you
eccentric.
weren't like eccentric, but he wasn't like he wasn't like he was like an eccentric person with the like the EU is basically like my sister being tied up and raped in front of me, the EU taxes or whatever. But
Right.
like that's colorful and eccentric, and you actually had a basis of connection with him. He wasn't a
Mm-hmm.
lolcow to you purely, and you actually appreciated his probably his age, his wisdom, his insight, his like
Mm-hmm.
mutual. You had a mutual connection. Is that kind of what you're saying? It wasn't just a purely
Yeah,
like he
he's
wasn't just
definitely
like a punching bag or any or sort of like a
exactly, yeah.
character in your ensemble. He was a person to you.
Yeah, and also, someone that's not really that easy to draw. Um, I, I that's when someone that first gained my respect. So I was trolling Dave Private Asking, and so a lot of these people just
Forgot
get really triggered really
about that
easily.
guy. Yeah, he's
But
retarded.
Solana just did not budge. This guy was saying, "Man, I don't know why you're getting triggered by fucking random people in the chat." He didn't give a fuck. He just let us rampage. No one gave a fuck, and then Solana just became. I know Tango fam specifically still tried to troll him, still kept trying to troll him, but we kind of just gave up because that guy was untrollable. But we ended up, and this is way later on. We ended up getting him into Discord, and then that's when I got the whole crazy opinions out of him, and so people tried to treat him like a locale, and then it would just be him. It would just be looping on. Okay, let's hear him talk about gay people and women shouldn't be in power, but I tried to talk to him about just finding shared interest with him, and the fact that
Yeah.
we could talk about Ottoman history, and sometimes you just DM me about this stuff. So talking to him, yeah, he came way more than trying to troll him. So that I understand why Dank left, because it's very transparent to me that what Tricky's is trying to do is he's trying to find the most inflammatory subject that they could possibly talk about, and then try to get Dank to talk about it with them, so he ends up being triggered. And that's not a basis of mutual respect in
Anything.
terms of I'm treating you as a person that exists. You're an autonomous person, and we probably have things that you probably have things that you want to talk about, rather than me
It would
cornering you
surprise
into
you.
the most dramatic.
It would probably
Uh,
surprise you too, right? Like they wouldn't.
right.
It's not just it's things you might not expect and things you might actually learn about that you wouldn't expect you'd learn about instead of being just a function for a future conversation of, bro, I heard this guy say the craziest shit. Like
Uh-huh.
being that is one of probably the worst things you could be in a friendship. Like
Uh-huh. So yeah, I completely I completely understand why Dank left, though. Him getting triggered over the astrology stuff. I don't know why I
no,
was
he's a
very
little
surprised
baby
about
though.
that
I'm not.
too.
It's not only one way. Dank's a little baby too. It's like he
Yeah,
does this a
exactly
lot.
right.
So.
So definitely big respect to Dank. And um
But I was just saying that's kind of a precedent in terms of what like that set of no, like we're gonna have a parody of confrontation, we're gonna have a sort of non-functional because there's totally worlds in which if there wasn't an attempt to just maximally troll Dank till he crashes out, that he's there, he says stuff that maybe we don't agree with on topics, but overall he's contributing, other people are contributing to him. Like there's a totally civil world that it could have like a civil yet lively world that could have existed,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. And yeah, I really, I enjoyed, I really do enjoy Dank's presence. I think he's really, he's fun, chaos, confrontational, and I like that. I like starting from a blank slate the next time I talk to him, where it's like, oh yeah, that conversation happened, and they're just. There's this one funny clip that I sometimes post. It was me playing Gunfire Reborn, this roguelike game.
Okay.
And it's just me screaming at Dank. I just lost my. I mean, just talking over each other too, and just really
Yeah,
funny.
yeah.
I lost my mind. That's probably
Love that.
the most unhinged I've been in terms of just I'm just screaming at the top of my just the top of my lungs, and yeah, the fact that it's I don't even remember. I just remember us talking. We must have just talked the next day as if nothing happened. It's just
That's so funny.
completely just yeah to me yeah I enjoy that just because especially me back then just more angrier just way where in terms of the way I'm dealing with confrontation is that not only am I being very confrontational, it's I'm being confrontational in a way where I'm also very much inflammatory in terms of screaming. I'm not trying to be any sort of I'm not magnanimous. I'm not. I'm just trying to think of what word you describe for somebody that
Diplomatic
is diplomatic. There
or
we go. I
yeah.
definitely didn't have that air about me, so I didn't channel any sort of any behavior akin to that. So now I'm definitely a lot more diplomatic. So it's a lot easier for me to maintain a relationship with Dank. But it also kind of sucks that because I talk in Zoo the most, it's that okay, yeah, my I probably should message Dank more, but also sometimes he just sends me shit where I'm thinking, "Ah, I don't want to respond to that.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Yeah.
respond to that. Maybe I should be more attentive to that because Dank has a lot of interests that I think I'm interested in too.
Right.
Just a shit ton of interest that I'm potentially thinking about getting into, or just we already have a lot of very nerdy, very specific, esoteric interests that I've built up over time and that he can match. So I've played Pokemon my whole life, right? So for somebody to have someone that's coming close to in terms of my knowledge of the game, that's very rewarding for me. I like that. Um, so I can talk to him about that, and sometimes we'll just. It's nice for him to play Pokemon Reborn with me, which is a really long ROM hack, and he
Okay.
just gets that game and starts playing it. To me, it's wow, wait, you
Gotcha.
actually played one of my games? That's it's been a very long time since I've engaged with someone that's wait, you're engaging with, you know, one of the things that I also really like engaging with, and then I'm
Yeah, yeah.
telling you, you know, stories of when I played this game as a kid, where this is, you know, over a decade after me playing this game. So I played this a decade ago when I was, a teen. I'm telling them stories about, you know, me playing this game. That's cool. That's just a really fun bonding experience that I can have with him that uniquely only have with him because when it comes to other people in Zoo, you know, they're not so much engaging in the same way unless they have. I think the only time it happened, and this was such a good era for Zoo, it was
Okay.
EXE. He bought Elden Ring, couldn't refund it, and he just called me and he said, "How the fuck do I play this game?" And I'm nerdy about Souls, so
Oh yeah, you are the perfect person to hit up on that. Yeah.
so he, we already create a bond, and then Yezi is playing through the games, and so we just have a trio of us, and I think this pissed off Tricky's a lot, where
Really.
yeah, because he couldn't engage with it, so it's just it would it would be us getting into a VC, and I'd always use public
Right.
Zoom,
Right.
so we'd get into a call, and then we're just all talking about it. We just end up talking about it, and then I think EXE sometimes also he sort of hive minds onto, well, not what hive minds, he tunnel visions onto one thing, so just talk
Oh, he does that.
on
That's almost all that he does. That's all the only thing he does is like every fucking. I'm finding out he's like into K-pop all of a sudden, and then he's fucking out of it the next week. Like he's like, this is my entire identity. I don't care what anyone says. K-pop, this is central to me. And then like a week later, he's like, I don't know if I've listened to much K-pop kind of thing. Like that's he's so like that, you know.
yeah, so but he did that. That wasn't a weak thing. Souls
No,
was
I
a
like that.
so
That's
long
an
we were
intense
into
doing
Souls.
it.
Very, yeah, and we were all, I was watching them play through. I remember it was a while before Yezi started Elden Ring, and he was playing through Dark Souls 3, and I remember they started the game around similar times, and I was just sitting there watching them play, roasting the fuck out of them, sort of being like the boss, and
Oh
then
yeah, yeah.
and it's really a shame because EXE deleted so many clips from. I think he felt really embarrassed and ashamed, and now,
Oh, that's history lost. Rip.
yeah, he deleted a lot of history. So many good clips got lost from that. But luckily, I kept one of the best ones because I was streaming at the time and I clipped it myself, which was, who do you think complains more, EXE or Yezi? And then EXE responds to that saying, I think it's Yezi. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What is this guy doing? it just does. It was not even a split second later until he just starts whining. It was so good.
That's
Wait, I actually
so
have to find
funny.
it too.
That's
On my
so
channel.
funny. I gotta
It's
see it. Yeah, that's so good.
so good.
Like,
It's
Yezi, I'm not a big. Oh my god, this is so fucking.
yeah. It's I couldn't believe it. Wait, manage clips, trust. Confirm. Okay, hopefully I can do it on um by game, by Elden Ring.
That's funny.
Okay, I can do it by Elden Ring. I'm gonna take a piss first, and then we can play.
Gotcha.
Or not play, but watch film it.
That's funny.
I'm back.
Back.
Yeah, let me try and find it. It's happened so long ago that. That's really weird. Oh, Tricky's took the clip too, so there's two versions of this clip because one only has one view. That's really funny. For some reason, I can't find my version of the clip, so we just watch Tricky's version of the clip. If this is, I'm guessing it's the right one because it's in the same area. Let me share my screen. Okay. When you're in.
I'm in.
Nice.
I'd say Yezi. This guy.
Oh, sorry. This is a cut. He didn't cut it correctly.
Wait, we're trying to do the date created. Look for the date created to see if there's one around the same time. Like,
yeah, it's
oh, and sort by date created.
Where did Tricky's take the clip? Oh yeah, okay, so 24th of October 2022. Maybe it's because I took the clip, but or maybe I didn't take it in that category. So can I sort by date created?
Or do filters or sort by yeah.
Date created.
Date created.
Okay, nice. I'm gonna.
Okay, what did I say? Someone's getting shot. Wait, I want to see that real quick. Just open if you could open that. I don't remember.
Yeah. I like how delayed it is.
It's glitching, yeah.
Oh, 19. Yeah.
Okay.
I had a completely different strategy for this. This is before the new one I made.
What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What the fuck
That was sick!
doing? Calm. Calm.
That
was dope. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
that was positive on part then.
Okay, clips I've created and then sort by newest first. This would have been, so it was 2022. So scroll down a little bit. I don't create that many clips, so.
No, valid. But this is the best way to do it, see if we can find the full.
Yeah. Probably in 2023, I was still making a lot of clips. I don't remember what month it was. Was it an early month or a late month? Well, it would be on my channel, so oh, here we go. Okay.
I still can't decide if Yezi or EXE can
You gotta
play
download this
Zumba.
too. Just have it on your computer.
I'd say Yezi. This guy's floating. This guy's floating.
Someone clipped that. That was crazy.
That's so good. You gotta download that.
Yeah, I probably should. I know the well, I probably will. I wouldn't be surprised if
one thing I'll throw out there about EXE is that he's actually really good, and I think better than both of us at maintaining connections with people and like networking and like messaging people and like staying in contact. Because like, yeah, I mean, he's getting invited to these zoo private chats, right? Like he's good at good at being involved in that way and like kind of his like would you agree or like what do you think about it? Because I'm not as good at that. Like I'm the same way. I'm very like I wasn't getting invited to like the secret or whatever, like the secret stuff. I have to ask. Like I'm not very proactive with that. And then when I am, it's very rare. So
yes he is, yeah. I know.
He's meeting girls in like Discord servers and like music servers and like he's like establishing full on like it seems like he's actually pretty good at that.
He's actually more suave than you would expect just from hearing him speak initially. Yeah, he definitely does have a there's something I really noticed with him because he's very apprehensive with going into certain environments, and I'm thinking, wait, you have all these internet relationships that you're willing to go into, and people think that you're attractive enough to engage in a relationship, and it's like, well, you're talking to me, and I have an air of self confidence for sure. I definitely, you know, intrinsically, I'm very a lot more intrinsically based. So I have a lot of that, and he doesn't. And I'm thinking, man, you're talking to me, and I've never even been in a relationship. And the fact that you're,
Right.
yeah, you know, you have, you know, these self doubts about yourself. I'm thinking, man, definitely, not to say like my metric is the base point and that you should be trying to be, you know, reach my base point, but if I can be, you know, if I have, you know, contentment in, you know, not engaging in romantic relationships, and you know, you have all these sort of worries and doubts that, you know, maybe a lot of these worries and doubts are coming from a place where they're coming from a place um that is, you know, maybe not as that you think is sort of
Bad.
all right, I'll use this one example in terms of he I've seen him before. He posts his picture, and my evaluation of him and his
Yeah,
evaluation
same.
of himself is really different. In terms
Super
of
different. Yeah.
I go, oh, you know, man, why the fuck are you hiding your face? Take the hoodie off, get your posture right. You know, have some sort, have more of than just, you know, a poker face expression. You know, look at least that you're enjoying yourself, because I think that just
Yeah.
looks
Yeah.
more attractive, right? But for him, he's more focused on these like really esoteric physical parts of himself that I never even noticed any of these parts of yourself.
Yeah.
Where you're going, yeah, like my jaw is, you know, I don't really like my chin. I'm thinking, what the you think that is noticeable instead of, you know, your sort of like gloomy, very reserved, oh, you know, don't talk to me sort of attitude that you're showing to the world. I think that is, you know, the key number one thing that you should be focusing on if you know, care about your appearance. But obviously that's coming from my values, but the fact that you're focusing on a value that nobody else is looking at, I think to me is you're sort of having someone's imposed some sort of values on you, and then you sort of, you know, you raise them up to the top of, you know, what makes you, you know, what sort of aesthetics that you care about.
Valid. Makes you valid. Yeah. Makes you human. Makes you like a good person or like a cool person or whatever.
Right, but you've never investigated, okay, wait, why am I valuing these traits when
Right.
is anyone even really looking at these traits? And if so, should I be really super concerned about my own metrics, because my own metrics might not be my own metrics. I'm seeing them as my own metrics, but I have no idea how they formed. And a lot of the way
Yeah.
we form our, you know, judgments is based on what we've been told by other people. It just may have just been one person that, you know, looked at you and, you know, said, oh, you know, you look fucking ugly in this sort of department, until you internalize it, but nobody else noticed that about you, or nobody really cared about that aspect of you as much as, you know, other aspects of yourself, and so you internalize something that really doesn't even matter. And so
Yeah,
you're judging.
I think
Yeah,
it's a
go on.
gay thing maybe also because I would say that part of it is if you're like, oh, well, I need, because like a lot of it is basically the same kind of thoughts women have about themselves and self criticisms. And then what you realize is that
Mm-hmm.
it's a question of, well, would I be attractive to a guy? Essentially, is a lot of what you're considering with those thoughts.
Interesting.
But yeah, like to your point about like how people will, like one person will say that and it'll stick with you. It sounds weird. I don't usually reference this kind of stuff, but there's this Charlie XCX song called Girl, and the whole point of it is like it's so confusing to be a girl and like you're not really sure what's going on or like who you are or anything. And
Mm-hmm.
she there's this line where she's like, when I was 10 someone said I walked like a bitch,
Mm-hmm.
like when I walked like a, you know, like and like that like completely stuck with her and fucked her up and like changed the way that she saw herself completely, and like she became like obsessed with the like way she walked as like and that was like a passing comment. Like she doesn't even like say who it was that said it. It wasn't like, oh, my mother said that. It was just a person kind of made an offhanded remark. And
Uh-huh.
that shit can really fuck you up as a kid, and not even ways you really fully understand. Like I
Uh-huh.
remember when I was a kid and I found out that one of my a guy that I thought was my friend, and this is when I was in elementary school. This guy named Owen Shapley. I was talking to a guy named Brody Murphy. Anyway,
Uh-huh.
no, but Brody was like, I was like, oh, I like Owen. Owen's cool. Like I hung out with him recently, and then Brody's like, really? Because he told me he thought you were a nerd. And I was like, a nerd? I didn't even know what that was. And the only reference point I had was the Weird Al Yankovic song "White and Nerdy." And so I
Mm-hmm.
watched that when I looked up what a nerd was, and I was like, this is how he sees me. And so literally, like that was a formative That was a formative thing for
Interesting.
me to have that relationship with nerdiness, and it took me a while to not hate that because I'm a total nerd. I mean, it's
Uh-huh.
that's just the truth. So, but it took me a while not to like not hate that, and that was a so I'd say it's kind of but then the last thing I would say is that like this stuff can really stick with you early, and as you said, like it I would say like it's a growth process. Like yeah, like it's like where did this come from? Like it was implanted in you, but also if it wouldn't stick if you didn't think there wasn't some truth to it. So
Uh-huh.
you can't just be like, oh, well, it came from somewhere else. I can dismiss it. It's like, oh, it
Mhm.
came from somewhere else, and that somewhere else actually might have a point, and that's like scary, and I don't like that. But the
Mhm.
last thing I'd say is that I think that that kind of anxiety or that kind of self unconfidence or that lack of self assuredness, I think that's kind of what allows EXC to be better and more suave and better at socially engaging because he needs to constantly reach out to get that attention that he craves from other people. And I think
Mhm.
because you're more self assured and you don't need necessarily, we all need, right? But just
Of
you're
course.
not as, like your driving existence isn't the attention and praise and discussion of others. That's not your singular, that's not your main kind of modus of operation. So the
Mhm.
that is
Normal.
like, right, like that's not who. So I think that that's what actually gives him that, because he's just not content, he just couldn't be alone in that way. He needs to
Mhm.
have other people around him and talking, and so he doesn't have that option of backing out, so he's willing to kind of put himself out there more. And so I think that's how I kind of see the contradiction being solved, is that it's, yeah, it's contradictory that he has all this anxiety and stuff, and yet he's kind of a better social operator and better at kind of going out and making connections and getting in groups, but that's because of that anxiety. I think it's all coming from the same place.
Interesting. Yeah, that actually could be the case, yeah. That he's looking for more connections based on um
That kind of
what you
lack of
call it.
self-assuredness and anxiety and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really interesting, yeah. Because I'm definitely I'm very willing to burn connections just based on, oh, I'm
Principle.
just, yeah, principle, yeah, too, but also I'm gonna be fine
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
existing on my own because I have a lot of ambition for particular things that I want to do, and that is a lot of my identity, which is the things that I pursue. So engaging on my own is just, yeah, I can do that. So yeah, I can see why somebody that with VXC, I don't like to say this in terms of, because it feels it's coming from my own value judgment, but I don't necessarily have to correct value judgment because these are just my opinions on the way people way people could be or should be. Where I say EXE, when he wakes up, he doesn't have the thing, a thing that draws him to, oh,
Yeah, to
let
like, yeah.
me, yeah, he just sort
I
of
gotta
like
get back
lays
to this.
there, checks
Yeah.
Discord. Do I even have anyone that messaged me? I remember he said that exact thing to me where that where I don't know what drew me to EXE, but I kept reaching out to him. Where he kept removing me on Discord, and I kept reaching out to him like, "Man, is everything okay? Are you good? Are you good? What's
Yeah.
happening?"
Well, that's a really interesting question. Yeah, that's the next logical question. Is like, well, how are you guys like such good friends? And like, how did you guys kind of develop this? Um, I think it's because I think it's the older brother, little brother thing, but I also think it's because he is so different from you in ways that are interesting to you. Like I think a lot of times, like I'll listen to your guys' conversations, and you'll be like, really? Because I've never like a lot. You're like kind of like really is like a lot of the word that I'll hear you use when you're around him, and like I don't know, really like I don't know if that makes sense, but he'll like explain something, and you'll be like, really, because I and so I like that just seems, but I think that's part of what's like that's the interesting element of it to you is that this is a person who's operating in the world from such a different basis, and obviously like shared interests, obviously zombie. I mean, it's there's obviously a level of like there's an already commonality. I don't need to constantly explain it. It's like I don't need to keep saying it's my opinion when we're talking, right? Kind of thing. It's like
Mhm.
obviously there's a level of, but like beyond that commonality, like why this zombie player and stuff. And yeah, I think that you I don't know. I if I was you, I would be a lot more, and maybe this just because my thought spiral and my tendency for depression and despondency and stuff, but
Uh-huh.
I would feel pretty fucking betrayed by the zoo people, and I would feel based on what you said, and especially with the Ender stuff, like I would feel like the guy that's like we've been talking a bunch, and we've been talking about how unfair and bullshit the teacher is and what they're doing, and you stand up and you're like confronting the teacher, and the teacher's like, your opinion or is that the opinion of a class? And everyone else remains silent. And you're like, really? Like, I thought we just had, like, I thought we were on
the same page, yeah.
the same page here. And I thought what we had said matters. And do you know what I mean? I feel like I would feel really like hung out to dry a little bit. And I don't know. Like I was more from my perspective, I was like, fuck, did I like overstep myself too much by saying this stuff? And I'm going through a ton with like my family stuff and life stuff is just kind of getting me down. And so I'm more, like I'm staying up to 4 a.m. smoking weed, not because I'm happy, right? So that right. So I've listened to that conversation and I was like mentally thinking back, I'm like, I hope I didn't cause, but also I think probably it was good that I did because I don't think many other people were willing to kind of go along with what you were saying or kind of explore this. And I don't know. That fucking sucked.
And you, yeah.
Yeah, only like weirdly, which is strange. Like, I would feel kind of hung out to dry, I would say. So I think you would be right to feel that. Just to say.
I'm just not.
And then
I don't have a full conviction because I'm one of those people where there's probably a missing layer of translation because I haven't talked to any of these people. They haven't messaged me at all. And already that's already a sign that, okay, there's a lot of the picture I'm putting together, I'm correct on. But what is this? There's clearly a missing layer that I'm not understanding where they're coming from. But the thing is, I feel like I am actually very much correct because it turns out to be where I'm just really apprehensive where, I just need a little bit more time. This was very obvious from the beginning that this was the nature of the server. I say nature. I hate using the word nature because it doesn't mean anything. It's the disposition.
The tendency. Yeah, the disposition, the tendencies, I know what you're saying.
Of the server. And I knew this and it's happened before. And that's why I'm very much steadfast where I'm just going to leave and I don't know if I'm going to involve myself in the same way unless I get, okay, this is clearly a problem. And you have to realize I'm one of the biggest forces, if not the biggest forces of, hey, let's get everyone to actually join the Zoo VC. When EXE says VC, I say Zoo because I want to do it in Zoo. I want other people to participate in the conversations.
You want dynamism. Yeah.
Exactly.
You don't want like a
So it was really nice talking to Wanda because
good.
I feel so EXE has been messaging me and just obviously he's part of that core Zoo crew. So I really had a bunch of mixed feelings on do I want to in what way do I definitely am going to talk to him.
Yeah, of course.
Because I definitely have the closest relationship with EXE of anyone in the server. So and the guy messages me regardless, so I'll talk to him. But the fact that he's, he's in those VCs, talking to Ender, and I'm thinking, I'm surprised you're not telling me anything about, you engaging with Ender, how he's been or anything. The most I've heard was, Ender's getting a new PC, What, do you not have any other opinions on
Yeah, there's like a strategic withholding he's definitely doing, and he wouldn't want to admit, but it's clear he's withholding a lot more detail that he knows you're being excluded from and would be helpful for you to know in terms of making your judgments on this stuff, right? Like that's obvious and but I don't think he would admit to that. I would be shocked if he admitted to like withholding certain things like that. I think he would try to play it off as
really? Honestly, I think EXE surprisingly has been one of the most introspective people I've talked to. Where
really?
In the heat of an argument, he can go, it's obvious why I'm doing this. It's because I'm ashamed of this. What?
Right. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
I wanted to apologize to him after that. Because I was also
I'm more talking less about. I'm not talking so much about whether in a conversation where you were to say to him, "Are you withholding these things? You are not telling me this piece of information." I'm saying more in the sense of that he doesn't volunteer that because he doesn't think it's like, well, why risk this, like getting kicked out of this group by being a little kind of proactive informant. Why be like if you were to ask him, I think he would, and I think but it's an awkward thing where it's like. I don't think he would proactively do this.
I hate playing
It's
those
kinda what it
games where I have to nibble around the edges to see
Yeah.
if he bites on anything, and if he doesn't bite on anything, then I go, oh, okay, well that's where I stand in that friendship. And I've been and the thing is that I've already been asking myself that in that friendship too. That's the worst part about this with the whole zoo thing, is that
Yeah.
I've already been questioning, where do I stand with EXE, because and this is why I really, because I've sort of been, intermittently messaging EXE, and or just, outright, and I don't even want to message you right now because I've got some feelings, and I want to talk to at least Niraj and Wanda before because obviously EXE.
Yeah. Well, another thing I'd say
Often.
also, EXE loves you so much, dude. Like I would throw this out there too. Like not in a, this is just something I want to be very clear on this. Like
Mhm.
he only has very positive things to say about you when I talk, and
Mhm.
a lot. I mean, like I've also not been talking to EXE recently, mainly because shit's been pretty fucked in my life, and
Mhm.
he has a tendency where, like, if I talk about something that's me related, he
Mhm.
is not super engaged, and it goes back to him. And frankly, in certain times when if that's happening, if that dynamic of not really engaging or staying in Niraj's world and it
Uh-huh.
becoming just a example that reminds him of something in EXE's world. If he
Okay.
was to do that at certain points, I might freak the fuck out at him and start tearing. Like there's an element of like I don't want to be like freaking out at him over that
Okay.
thing in a moment where I'm like emotionally vulnerable.
Uh-huh.
But when I do talk to him, dude, he values your relationship so fucking much. He cares about you so fucking much. I don't know. Maybe it's just because he's talking to me when he says that
Mhm.
shit, but yeah, like you're family to him in like a serious way. So I would
Uh-huh.
definitely very good to maintain that relationship.
Okay.
As long as you're getting a lot out of
That's
it, I would say.
is
Like,
really good perspective.
yeah.
Really, really good perspective. Um,
Like it's always like, but for Fleur, I'd be alone. Like, but for Fleur, I would have no way of understanding this stuff. Oh, I was talking to Fleur and I got a lot of good insights on this. Or, oh, like me and Fleur were talking the other day, and oh yeah, that's right. Actually, Fleur talked about that with me, and like it's like you're like the second thought that he has in most topics is like a Fleur
Mhm.
thought. So like just to say, like I would really, that's something I would really push. Like I would not be, um, just to throw that out there. I'm not sure what Wonder had to say about it, but that's like how
Okay.
I see it.
Um, Really interesting. So we all just triangulated the same feeling, and the fact that you just sort of just stole the words out of my mouth, where I do feel the same way that you do, where he becomes dejected in a conversation that's not really about his immediate interest. And that's caused problems just in zoo in general. That's why he likes that private VCs, because he gets kind of annoyed going into zoo, and then we would end up talking about something that he can't, for whatever reason, he can't immediately find a way to wiggle his way into the conversation, even if it isn't, that far disrelated to what he usually is into. He finds it hard to engage in that. And so sometimes we'd be talking, it would just be us three in the VC. We'd be talking about something intently, and then he'll sort of go silent, and I'll notice that. I'll go, and then I'll come back, and then we're talking. The conversation is just, wait, we're just talking about his personal life again. We just start.
Yeah.
It goes back to that, and I've noticed that. So I hadn't messaged him in a week, right? I was doing some I was working
Dentistry.
on some coding thing. Yeah. Oh no, that was a little bit off though. I was working on some coding thing, so I I know that I just talk to EXE a lot. I will just be in a VC for him in a really long time, and I will just waste time, because I know he also doesn't have a schedule. So if he doesn't have a schedule, I'm not gonna get anything done, because he's just gonna stay in the VC forever. And we're just gonna be talking. So
Yeah, exactly.
I can't message you. I can't even. I can't, and I was hurting. In terms of my body just couldn't move to message. The same thing what I was saying about the zoo stuff. Intellectually, I'm very fine to talk about it. I'm not.
Right.
It's very easy, but my
But your
body is
heart,
just,
your
what the
heart, yeah.
fuck? It's just not moving. I don't know why it's not moving. So yeah, it's kind of tough. It's tough for me to message him when I know that's going on, and then I have qualms with just the friendship in general. So I messaged him after a week, and we got into a VC, and I think I had 2 VCs, and he said, you know, oh yeah, let's catch up. Okay, yeah, I just finished my thing. Okay, let's go. I actually I didn't say that. He started talking about, you know, his own situation. I just got really interested in that. You know, so I ended up talking about that, but it just sucks that I go, oh, how are you? You know, EXE, how are you? And then he just never reciprocates. So, yeah, man, we don't go this long without talking to each other. So the fact that you're a little bit, you're just very uninterested in what I'm doing. And then when I start talking about something that I'm interested in, this was the next VC that we had. He just kind of, I think he was saying, "Oh, I'm doing something," and I didn't know what he was doing, but then I looked on Discord and I saw him playing Batman. And I was thinking, oh, I'm just playing a game, and you know, I feel like a background. We ended up talking about what you wanted to talk about, and then I noticed that sometimes I'll talk about something, and then it ends up being a tangent. I'm going, oh man, I'm talking for too long, but I realize it's because he's not interjecting, because I expect somebody to interject in a conversation when I'm talking, right? Of course, because you're gonna we're both gonna steer the conversation, and so when he doesn't maneuver it, I start thinking, like, I start going crazy. I'm thinking, like, well, sometimes I've actually left the call before. And I get really upset. I'm just talking at a wall, and not even even paying attention. And sometimes he'll just interject with something completely random, where he's clearly in his thoughts or something, playing something.
Oh yeah, big time.
And I think I talked about it with Trickies. I'm going insane. He just cuts me off, and I don't want to scream at the guy. That's what I'm talking about it with Tricky. I don't want to scream at the guy, but then he did it to me again. I just left the call. I went.
It's so funny. I was that's so funny that I said that with EXE then, because that's literally what happened with you, is that you fucking freaked out at him. Like, that's what I was. I was worried I was gonna do it and start getting really fucking mean about it. Like,
I didn't freak. I didn't scream at him. I'm just going, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna leave the call.
No, yeah, you're crashing out. Like, you're just like freaking, like, fuck this. You're like, fuck this. I'm leaving. Like, kind of thing, right? Yeah, right.
So, yeah, it just sucks because, man, I've had this, little problem for a while, but it's one of those things where I do see the sort of older brother, younger brother relationship there. So I'm willing to take a bit more shit because I know I'm older than him. I'm his elder. I'm meant to be more lenient, and I know that. So I grew up on the internet too. I'm developmentally delayed. I know that social skills are just not becoming of somebody that's spent a bunch of their time in their own thoughts. Being on the internet and looking at text. It's not.
But there's a difference between explaining that as what is going on for what and why he's like a certain way, and then essentially enabling him to continue being that way by not. Like addressing this as necessarily a problem, that like, oh, actually it's the case. And like, I don't know. I also had the problem of, I want to talk about this. I want to, my life. Oh, my problems. Oh, I need to talk. And then, oh, this happened. And I realized like the best conversations and the time I enjoyed most was when I got good conversations out of people together. Like it was a sort of mutual effort, and we both took time and we both shared parts of ourselves. We both showed, and like realizing that's actually the most, like the thing I enjoyed most. I started trying to work towards that and get more out of that rather than just being a debate thing. Because, I had this thing where it's like, oh, I don't want to be known as like, all right, Niraj is here, time for the debate. Like, that kind of, or, oh, Niraj is here, time to talk about his like, health problems and stuff. And so I kind of wanted to avoid that. And so it's a balancing act, because then I realized, oh, well, then I was just like, I was talking to this one girl I really liked when I was like 18 or something. And I was like, and she was like, I don't know anything about you. She was like, she's like, I love talking with you because you're a great conversationalist. She's like, I don't know anything about you though. And I was like, damn, like I realized I'd kind of gone the opposite way too much, where it was too little about me and it was too many follow-up questions about the other person. And they actually didn't like that. They wanted, the whole point of them saying things was to invite me to talk about myself, and I just missed it. And so I think, I think that's what's happening. It's like, you need to kind of go back and forth,
It's really interesting that you said that, because I watched this video. Algorithm sort of changed, and I'm very surprised because I think EXE and Galactic clocks me as more feminine. And I'd say, yeah, I probably, at least I'm very accepting of my feminine parts of myself. I will cook, and I'm not ashamed of, you know, cooking or baking. In terms of, I still, when my hair was longer, so when I'd go swimming, I put my afro would, my hair, because I just couldn't be asked to fucking cut it. My hair would get stringy and would go in my face.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I tie it up. And I still have that hairband on me. I have this like purple hairband that I just always wear. And
Yeah, yeah,
obviously it looks feminine, right? You know, fat hairband that I'm wearing on my arm. So I don't care to not conform. I don't care not conforming to, you know, being super male. But I have that austere utilitarian male sort of, yeah, I'm just gonna wear a tracksuit. That's just the easiest, that's just most comfortable wear for me to wear. So I engage in that. So he clocks me as feminine, right? And don't want to get too much on a tangent, so I remember exactly what I was talking about originally, which is I hit this algorithm where it was these are clearly videos watched more by women, and I can just tell by the titles.
The comments.
Very interesting. The
emojis,
titles.
the emojis are so more big in the women community, in the comments too, the titles too.
Interesting. What I noticed was they will have usually it's really interesting the way they're the YouTube aesthetic is very different. They usually have the TikTok microphone in hand. Green screen is way more of a trend, but not necessarily the green screen. It's usually just a microphone in hand. Don't see that on male parts of the YouTube, that you usually have a desk mic or something. I've never seen that microphone in hand. I really like that aesthetic, but also they have even though it seems a little bit more intellectual. They'll have the thumbnails will have like clippings of, you know, different quotes
newspapers
from a newspaper.
Quote.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah.
But also,
I know exactly what you're talking about. The book community is huge on this. Yeah,
right. The titles are way more inclusive in terms of, you know, why are we all doing the the thing trend, or why are we all not reading anymore? Why are we?
Oh, exactly. Or it's like literally, and just to say, there's a big, and I think you'll find this so funny. There's a big difference between the sort of, you know, female, like engaged thinking person YouTube, and then the dumb mom YouTube like thing. And I found all these guys that are like these fucking 30 to 40-year-old, like really strong, like look like Henry Cavill. Like they almost all look like Henry Cavill, and they just softly talk like into the mic for a few minutes in a way that just validates any anxiety a middle-aged woman. Like it's like, so there's a wide range of YouTube. I would just say, like, just to like, whenever you're like, just to say for the woman thing, like especially even in the book element, like this is more women our age that are engaged in this stuff, and more women that are like hyper online. But you're right, they're so much more reflective. And they also, the titles often assume you already are in on the conversation. Like they would be almost nonsensical if you hadn't watched something or seen something or thought of something that is similar to this. It's like so men don't read anymore, and it's kind of inflammatory. And it's like, and then the video actually explains it kind of as a more complicated thing, and they reference different things, and they kind of go back and forth, and there's this like kind of lo-fi jazz in the background, and maybe they're sipping tea while they're talking, and they comment on their cat jumping in, and there's all this stuff they do, right? That's like very
their
like
it's very interesting too.
Very interesting aesthetics, 100%.
Actually, I prefer them because I don't like the I think gaming is being sort of RGBified, and I really hate that. And I got on that quick. I'm thinking because I was more of an early adopter compared to my friends. As soon as I saw the actually always being a very stingy consumer, that's probably because I grew up poor. But when I saw Xbox One, where my childhood was basically bringing my buying secondhand games from Blockbuster. That's when I first played BO2. I didn't buy, you know, a penny pincher.
BO1.
I rented.
I rented,
Yeah, I rented BO2 from Blockbuster. So always been a penny pincher, and so when I saw Xbox One, oh, you can't share games anymore, it's always going to be online. I didn't even, at one point in my life, I didn't even have fucking internet in my house. I remember I was like 9, 10, sleeping in the same room as my mom. You know, it's like, you know, well,
Oh yeah, it was bad.
it's fucking it was poverty that point in my life. Also, one of my favorite parts of my life too, because the lack of lack of internet meant that wait. What the fuck? I had actual friends in the neighborhood that didn't even go to the same school as me. But at no point in my life did I ever, you know, do that. But the fact that it forced me into a corner where I actually can use, I actually do have some person friend building skills. I've never been at a point in my life where I've not had friends. I've always had a lot of people to talk to. I would, so yeah.
Just go back for a second, because you were saying galactic and EXE kind of clocked you as feminine in terms of your like, I just want to go back to that a little bit.
I went so far that I was like, wait,
no, but I this is how my brain works too. Is there's something called arborescent thinking. So if you look up like what arborescent thinking is, it's something I realized I had when I was like 18, 19. Funny enough, Stret, and you know, I say this a lot, but dude, Stret was like the best older brother. Like, I've talked to a lot of other people who have had experiences where they had like an older brother figure they thought was an older brother figure, and it turns out this person like was like molesting them in some way, or like just something horrible happened. And like, I had no idea how real this was for so many people on the internet, that they had almost. Yeah, but I dodged that shit. Stret was so chill with me. I was like, he was so like, I would I would say something that implied I thought I was smart, and he'd be like, oh, I can see how that would be a problem. And then he's like, let's spend the next like 30 minutes showing that you're just a retard, or like you actually have no idea, and like humbling. And it was so fucking sick. But yeah, like arborescent thinking is basically you have a thought, and then that thought generates like 8 or 9 different thoughts at the same time. Like arborescent, thinking. I think.
Cool, yeah.
So if you do
LinkedIn?
like
Nice LinkedIn.
Images, yeah.
Oh, images. Okay, wait, hold on. I really need a place. Hold on, feel me.
That's fine. I think it's a really funny example of this. If you look at the like screenshots, like I show them this thing I found, and I'm like trying to kind of understand. I'm like, I think I have this where, you know, basically it's, you know, when a stimulus is received, the mind begins to generate one idea after another, although in many cases without clear associations. It makes a very dense tree with infinite branches that the person can't control or organize. And like, that's what I think you do too with tangents, where it's like one thing leads to like 8 other things. You have to pick that one of 8 other things, and in the process you lose track of what got you to the first, like to make that first choice that chose between the 8 other things. It creates this like dense web of like interconnecting thoughts. And because there's a whole thing where it's like, that is not just like the fact that your mind is hyper reactive to stimuli. It's not just a mind thing. Like there's like, and I have a lot of like autoimmune stuff, and like I have like basically everything on this map. And so, but it's because your body is also hyper responsive. So if it detects itself as being sick, it hyper responds to that. And so, you know, I'm out for fucking 3 or 4 weeks when I have you know, a cold or something, because it just fucking knocks me out. Like my body really overreacts to it. But if you look at the DMs, you can see it's like I said that, and then he starts linking me like 20 minutes later. So we'd like been talking for like 20 minutes about this, and then he's like, "Let's look at the I am very smart subreddit." And he's like, "Fucking show me all these people, just actual retards thinking they're smart for no reason," and just so it's like that's the kind of thing that was so helpful for me was to have a person like that was like guiding me and helping me and stuff. That wasn't just indulging me, it wasn't just like, yeah, this is something you think about yourself. This is something going on. But also, if you follow that logic too far, you become like detached and this like self superiority that's unearned, frankly, and become a meme, basically. You know, like as I get older, also, that's why I really respect you and EXE's relationship. Is like, because I know you're not doing the molesty thing, and I know you're I know you're not doing that. So that makes me really happy because straight up, a lot of the time, like I don't know if I want to have my kid be on the internet. I think the level of danger that I didn't realize I dodged, like the amount of dodging I did, I didn't even think about it or realize it at the moment, but like the amount of dodging I did to not fucking be like horribly exploited on the internet was insane. Like I was so desperate for friendship, and like that could have been so easily exploited by some bad actor, you know.
Right.
So going back to the kind of like the femininity thing, like, you know, we were talking about relationships, what you expect out of friendship more generally. We were talking about kind of, you know, the ways in which you were clocked as more feminine.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out why I brought that up, because I know I brought it up for a reason. I'm just thinking, why would I bring up? Is it some conformity thing that I was talking about in terms of, or maybe I was trying to say that even though I'm clocked as more feminine, and even though the people, let's say like EXE would clock himself as, you know, I like being around women, you know, I'm more feminine. Right. I've noticed that actually, now that when my algorithm gets breached with feminine content or content that's obviously consumed by women because it's talking about it from a perspective of a woman, I noticed that I'm actually just mad. I'm still very, you know, within that masculine sort of hive mind. And same with at least talking with EXE, the way we engage with our interests, the way we even document things, you know, I'd say when we talk about zombies, right? And we talk about the history of, you know, zombies, sometimes we'll just organize things in terms of who had the world record at the time, what game was out. We wouldn't go, oh, that's 2013. We would go, oh, BO2. That's the BO2 saga. Oh, that's when BO3 just came out. Yeah, when he got that world record, the zombies didn't even have different running speeds in BO3. That's how we just document and organize information. And this is very interesting because in this woman's space, I'm learning new ways of speaking. I'm thinking, wait, you guys, or just even, new ways of speaking. I think one of them was the errors. I never, you know, my gold boss era. I didn't even, what the fuck, what are you talking, what is this era thing that you're talking about?
It's so close to arc. It's so close to arc, right? It's so close to, when you think about it, it's like the way that they describe Destiny's arc or whatever. Like it's very similar in that way. I think a very similar concept. It's like I'm in my blank era. It's like, well, this is the way I'm acting, and this is the kind of aspiration I have, and it's like both a comment of what they want and also a comment of like what they have. It's like it is really interesting, the era thing, right?
Yeah, they're latching onto, you know, different things, but also what you described too is that's actually a very key part, is that when we took it's also prescriptive as well as descriptive in terms of I'm 100%. In my thingy era now. That is being prescriptive in terms of what they want to be. It's not
100%.
But when it comes to, you know, male focused things, we don't have that, you know, in terms of, it's very interesting because their eras document how they were before, but it's also how they're going to be. There's that, you know, connection through line between those two things, whereas there's nothing like that with, you know, the way I've seen information being documented in a male space. We have our different, you know, like BO2 saga, you know, BO2 arc or whatever, but we never use it as a prescription of who we want to become, which is really interesting.
Right.
Just a very different way of documenting information, and that's why I don't know. It just sucks because I don't know what I was trying to relate this to, but that's something I noticed. There were more things that I noticed too. But now I remember now. So while I was going into these videos, there was one video and it was, why do men not ask me questions? Why? And it was
Oh, right, is what I said originally, yeah, about myself. Yeah, like, she doesn't know me. Yeah, like, she's
yeah,
like, I don't even know. Yeah.
The woman in the video was saying, yeah, I've been in dating experiences where this guy doesn't even know anything about me and he's just sort of info dumped everything. Now, I thought the video was going into a conversation that I would have. I remember trying to have this conversation with Yezi, but he just completely didn't understand, which really sucked. But you probably know more of what I'm talking about, where a guy will, where somebody that used the world more through more strict gender boundaries, where they'll offload information or particular information to just women. So maybe their mom, and then they go to on a date, and this is a person that I offload this type of information to. I don't offload it to my guy friends. So she becomes the second mom. So I thought that's what I thought the where the conversation was going, because I've heard that discussed before, and I noticed that it instigated a thought in my male friendships that I've been in friendships where some things are just definitely not discussed, and it's really awkward to discuss particular things, and whereas in female friendships they seem way more tight. They'll be snuggling and they're way more comfortable, whereas a guy would be homo. I've had guys touch my crotch before, guys that were really straight, or definitely wouldn't be wanting to be considered gay, but I've had them, like they're fucking touching up my leg. The thing is that I never really, I thought it was hilarious, I was like, why are you touching me like this? Is really because I'm really ticklish in that area too, so I thought it was just really fun. To me, it was really fun. I don't
like a wrestling thing or a intimacy,
I don't and the thing is, I'm not even really friends with this guy. He's like really touching me in really weird ways, right? And I thought it was, for me, it was really funny. I found that funny, but I can imagine somebody that's not really secure within their sexuality and doesn't want to be accused of having a particular sexuality would get really offended by that. Don't fucking touch me. What the fuck, you violated me?
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What the fuck do you think that? Yeah.
Right? But also, you probably shouldn't be touching me like that. I don't know why you touching, near my crotch area. That is. Probably shouldn't be touching some random. We're not friends. Why are you doing that? But I don't really care. So to me, it's just really funny. And it was really funny that somebody that I thought was like really bad man would think of doing that. It's really weird.
Yeah.
And I noticed that you don't actually get that level of intimacy with a guy. You won't sleeping in the same bed as a guy. You're not doing that. I don't see him. I don't remember. I remember I kept falling. My head kept falling on my friend's shoulder, and he just kept pushing me off, waking me up, because I didn't even mean to do that. I wasn't trying to act cute with him. My head, I was just so tired.
I just tired. I was tired. Yeah.
He just kept pushing me, and my mom, his mom said, "Oh, you look so cute together." Pushes me off. I'm fucking awake, and I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" Falling asleep again. He keeps doing the same thing. You don't get that intimacy with guys, and so I understand the troubles of a 20-something woman. Wait, what the fuck? Men are just not put together. They're not.
Men are weird.
It's the fake stoicism. It's you're so put together, and then and it just all comes out onto you specifically because they have no other person to,
like, mental diarrhea.
But that's not what it ended up being about. It was more about what you were saying. The video, by the way, it was more about some people are talkers, a sharer, sorry, and some people are askers. She sort of created the two different typologies.
They're very sociological. I've noticed that too. They're very I've noticed this about a social dynamic. In that social dynamic, there's these types of, and it kind of gets memed in terms of they'll describe people of having like phenotypes or some shit. Like they'll do kind of like incel jokey language.
So what are phenotypes? I've heard that term.
Yeah, phenotype, it's like a genetic kind of yeah. Let's look it up. But and the way it's used on the internet is more towards about being like this is a type of person, like this is a type of guy, or this is a film bro, or this is they got the like this blank like they got the like Silicon Valley coder phenotype or something, and then what
Mhm.
that means if you're in the in group means like, oh, they're probably Asian, they're probably like kind of shorter, they're into anime, but at the same time they're wealthy, and so they like do a lot of DoorDash or something. And so there's like they'll have like shorthand for like types of people they'll like create, and it makes so much sense because like they're trying to navigate the world, they're trying to like figure out what kind of guy, what kind of guy it is, and is this a guy I want to like spend my life with and like like reproduce with to some extent, right? So they have to be
Mhm.
more kind of observational of like, oh, this is this kind of guy. But you're right, like it's beyond that. It's more in like relationships. It's like there is the case that some people are more kind of contributors and some people are more kind of like topic setters and conversation creators, and then other people like to join in. And you know I know someone who they told me that like they were always the kid that had other people come over to their house, and other kids would always knock on their door, and like they were friends with people because that person would bring them stuff to do. Like they would
Mhm.
like they themselves weren't that going out, and they just liked having a person that would bring them stuff to do, and they would go along with it, and they loved it, and they were independent and contributed and brought a lot to the table. But
Mhm.
there was this kind of dynamic of like, well, they would go to the table that they were brought to, and then when they did, they had a lot to bring to that table, but they weren't deciding that. They weren't the kind of dominant force in like guiding the friendship. And
Mhm.
no way guys would talk about that. No way, like a guy video would talk about. They're like, don't you hate it when you have that friend that fucking yaps all the time? Like, don't you fucking hate it when a guy just won't shut the fuck up? Like,
Mhm.
that's the kind of level they'll engage with in like a practical, like literal right now. Like, this guy's talking too much. You know,
Mhm.
they won't ever think about like relationship dynamics, conversational types, personality needs, like all that stuff. None of that comes into play for the guys, I think.
Yeah. At least the stereotypical guys, because
The guys I talk to, the men that I've met and the men that I've talked to, I would say for the most part, like
interesting.
that's yeah.
Maybe I've just met the nah. Actually, I've met a lot of guys that are just not introspective, but I don't know for some reason. Maybe I'm just not. Maybe I'm just rose tinted glasses. But all the guys that I've talked to have been very much. I can have. They'll indulge me in terms of conversations and observations
Oh
that
yeah, yeah,
are
yeah.
less off the norm. But I don't know if it's just me having a
Yeah,
particular
because I would
ability to
that's
convey.
what I would say. It's indulging you because the question is always, well, when are they bringing these sort of analysis or these sort of questions to you, like, or are they again filling a sort of contributing role when you bring stuff to the table? Like, of
Mm-hmm.
course, if you're bringing those things to the table, then some guys would be willing to talk about them. But the
Mm-hmm.
whole point is that for the most part, they don't proactively see their problems or interactions or kind of themselves in that way. They see that as like that just doesn't. It's not part of their analysis. It's just like it's something they'll engage with, but it's more like this guy fucking won't shut up. Like it's more like that, like natively.
Right. So I'm glad I get these videos recommended to me occasionally
Oh yeah,
where and sometimes I will just engage with things that I don't even know what I'm engaging with just because
same.
I'm somebody that's just I'm not an unempathetic person, but it doesn't come as easily to me because I've just been so in I'm an only child and I'm
Right.
very
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
much in my own head all the
That's
time.
true. That's huge. Yeah. It's a huge factor.
And so social dynamics for me, that's probably, a reason a reason why I'm confrontational where oh wait, I'm actually I'm stepping on people's toes and I have some I observe that, but also um I don't expect my words to have the impact that they do. I've been slowly learning, especially on the internet. Where what all these things I said to you, like you took it like that, maybe, and it's also having the humility. Maybe I shouldn't expect people to come to me in terms of no, they're the person in the wrong in terms of oh you're just not strong enough, you're not meeting to my standards. Maybe I'm off the norm in terms of the way I interact with the world, and I need to go to other people. And for me, it just takes a little bit more time to figure that out. Where I can
Yeah. Same.
a lot of relationships that I've engaged in friendships have just been antagonistic at the beginning, and then we become really good friends because, but and it's always the person coming to me and telling me, oh, I had all these, thoughts about you, and I thought you were that type of person. Go, what the fuck? I'm not that type of person. What are you talking about? I mean, in some ways I am, but wow.
It's like a mutual surprise between you two of like,
yeah. So, anyway, going back to the empathy thing, where, I'm just that person that doesn't have empathy. So I understand that I need to engage in content that isn't like me. And, I've been, probably the most recent thing I've been on is makeup is just, to me, it's just something that and I'm not coming at it from an angle in terms of disparaging a woman for being, trying to look her best or anything like that, but it's coming from the angle of, okay, this makeup thing, no, I don't think it's akin to a hijab, but it is very similar.
It's very similar. It's
very
similar.
It's so
similar.
It's where women are, and I sometimes I see videos of beaches in these. I think I saw one video of Mogadishu, and it was this is Somalia, and these women at the beach in the water with their full-on burqas, hijabs, and to me that scares the shit out of me, because it's you can't tell me, oh no, this is just that's just their culture. What their culture is, going out of their way to do
way too fucking hot. Also, in Somalia, they're that's a fucking, their culture is irrespective of their environment somehow. Like, they're the first culture that is not, you would think they'd actually be wearing less clothes in some sense, right? In terms of the actual water they're in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is
have you seen Victorian era? Have you seen black and white films from the Victorian era where they're at the beaches? Like, women are in full on fucking dresses and gowns. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I've actually seen that where there is I didn't realize how bad it was for women. Era beach where they have I think they may have had special clothes that they wore if they wanted to. This was insane. These
how different is it? Not very.
This is insane. Look at this.
This isn't very different to me. Oh yeah, that is crazy. The boat
this
thing?
is that's crazy.
Crazy. I know that is crazy.
So,
makeup is very much a sort of a prison for a lot of women too, and then they develop like a dysmorphia around it too, where it's like they don't see themselves as it's like what you were saying with the biking in the daytime. It's like if they don't have their makeup on, that's a signal if you're in a relationship with a guy. If the woman doesn't have her makeup on and she's in her sweatpants and she's fucking sitting with her arms folded at the couch, you got to check in what's going on, because she doesn't even want to, she's not even wanting to look at herself today. So things are bad, right? But they're basically giving themselves a type of dysmorphia. They're catfishing themselves into having expectations of what they should look like that are so mentally destructive. And the end result is not helpful for them, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's when you put it like that, it just makes me hate. I really don't like it. I really don't. And also, I didn't realize how consumerist it was in terms of. I thought it was when women go into when you look at a woman's bathroom, and I noticed this too. An older woman versus a younger woman, it's night and day. An older woman that's already in a relationship, it feels like she's in an emancipated. My mom not wearing any makeup, she feels emancipated. I fucking love that for an older woman, where you don't feel the need to just put on makeup anymore, where you go, it's over, I'm probably at some point where you just accept the fact that you're never gonna fit into that beauty standard, so why are you even attempting to fit into that beauty standard? I actually would have to ask an older woman why they stopped wearing makeup, blah blah blah, because actually I've never asked these questions, but I should. But in my head, I sort of logicked it as, oh, you can no longer fit in the beauty standard, so you probably just stop wearing it. And also, you're probably, the markers of what makeup does is you're sort of, you know, peacocking to the opposite sex, but also
Yeah.
a lot of your friendships too. You get a lot of validation from your friendships, but when you have, you know, somebody, if you're in a long-term relationship, it's probably a lot more than, you know, your makeup. And you also have, you know, your hopefully your relationship partner is your friend, so you feel
Oh, yeah,
content
yeah.
enough to have, you know, a stable, you know, I have my kids, you know, I have, you know, I already have a life
Exactly.
that isn't gonna start running away from me just because I took off makeup.
Exactly.
So
That's fucking tough for them to even if, like, my mom was educated at in a Marxist feminist class about, like, she is did a minor in gender studies, and, the
uh-huh,
class that she took was under a professor named Donna Haraway, who's, like, one of the leading Marxist feminists in, like, all of the world.
uh-huh,
Most of her professors were that. She, and she was dyeing her hair till she was in her 50s, and she had
mhm,
it took her a while to realize to be like, "I don't what am I every 2 weeks I have to do this really fucking long 3 hour process where I sit in the mirror and I fucking dye it and it takes forever and then it doesn't look good for the first 3 days and then it's only like there in my hair and actually good for 2 weeks and it starts fading and I start noticing and I feel bad and now her hair is gray. She loves it. She's just like it's chill. It's not a problem. She's just like
mhm,
it's like not a problem whatsoever. And it wasn't like my dad was forcing this, right? Like part of why she
mhm,
started dating him originally, she said, is because he was in one of the like Marxist feminist class. And he's like, okay, this guy gets it enough to not like be, a weirdo kind of guy. But
mhm,
it's still an internal thing. It's like a sense of, yeah, as you said, her friends all dye her hair or their hair, and like, she has to kind of make a choice to stand out to some extent to not dye
mhm,
her hair.
mhm. Yeah, I respect the fuck.
Big time.
I respect the, yeah, I respect the fuck out of older women for being willing to do that. But anyway, the empathy thing is that okay, it was this one woman, she did a book review, but she just in general just does a whole bunch of I think she's done, I don't know, decluttering. Again, this is just another woman
Oh
word.
yeah, yeah.
I don't want to use that dismissively.
No,
When I
that's
say
fair. Yeah, yeah.
woman word, I don't mean, oh, that's inferior. I mean it's a
No,
woman
they
word in
just use
terms
it.
of, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's used by them.
exactly.
Yeah.
I have to, you know, do the preface just
No,
because
we're on the
it
same page
has
with that.
that
Yeah,
negative tinge just
that's
in
100%.
even base society. I really don't like that. And so with um she's engaging with makeup, right? And she's trying to make it she's sort of telling the story of how she spent a lot on makeup and then she doesn't end up using it. And so she's trying to um this is something I really appreciate about women, and I definitely know that you're definitely going to appreciate this too, just because I know you have a vegetarian vegan
Yeah, yeah.
lifestyle. Is that really into recycling? Oh, I really cleaned out my makeup, and it's not just recycling; it's very cognizant of, okay, wait, what's actually being recycled? You know, what do I have to? What are the prerequisites for something to even
Yeah.
be recycled? It's really interesting. It's like, what the fuck? I've never done any of this research in terms of recycling. Very cognizant of it, and I think she even started selling. I think she was getting rid of her old clothes, and she found out that where she recycled her clothes, it turns out that a lot of these clothes they're not even in the shape to be used, so they just go to a landfill. So she ended
Yeah.
up selling her clothes separately to individual buyers on some, you know, online market, and it was really interesting. How she's like really cognizant of that, and I just noticed that women are way more cognizant of that in general in terms of just sustainable living, making um their environment sustainable. At least the women that I've interacted with are very cognizant of that. Um, and I appreciate that because that makes me more empathetic to my environment, getting in touch with that and not being ashamed of, wait, I'm watching makeup videos, fuck, how gay. I remember my friend back in the day, this was probably half a decade ago, he posted I was just watching a makeup Facebook video back when I had Facebook. I think I may have first gotten it, and it was just this woman completely changing her appearance through makeup, and I was just watching it intently. I think I had to re-watch it. I was just watching it intently, and my friend posted on the Snapchat, you know, like, you know, me watching a makeup video, sort of, you know, making fun of me, but it
Oh,
was, yeah, what were you gonna say?
oh, sorry. No, like that sucks. I like that that was like kind of emphasized to you in that way, where they post a picture of you on Snapchat watching that video, being like gay, like
well, it wasn't hard gay. I don't even remember what. Maybe he said hard gay.
no, but
But
I just mean in that general like that
exactly
like
right.
women like
Yeah. It is. I'm watching something that is unbecoming of a man, right? But it is it's not one of those. After sort of elucidate that friendship a little bit more, because definitely didn't make me uncomfortable watching makeup videos. I didn't care. It's not something I cared, because I know that he's my friend and he doesn't give a fuck about that. It's more of he's just sort of reinforcing that
gotcha.
weird male thing. We're
Right.
both, it's like he couldn't.
Even though
give
he's
a
not
fuck
really
about
like
it,
that,
you
it's
know?
still getting
Right.
reinforced. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, no, so engaging in just realizing that yeah, probably more in masculine spaces, or more masculine, because I'm inside masculine spaces that I didn't even perceive
Yeah.
existed. Because to some extent, I know everything that I engage in is a sausage fest, but I didn't even realize to the extent of, wait, women engage in the world in this type of way, and I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's pretty
This
wild actually. That must be mind blowing to you.
It really is mind blowing. What the fuck? You guys have all these conversations, or you categorize information in this specific way, but it's not a one-to-one information categorization, because you also use it prescriptively, whereas we only use ours descriptively. That's very interesting.
And pretend that we're only using them descriptively. Like pretend that like we're only, because that's another thing. I think guys definitely are prescriptive when they describe things as like, oh, that's feminine, or right, like that was the whole
Oh,
thing with
for
Ender,
sure.
is that he's prescribing a way of engaging with it, in which is you don't engage with it because it's feminine, right? Like that's the unsaid part. And I think
Uh-huh.
women at least are fucking not cowards about it. Well, they'll say like, I'm doing this because like that's kind of what they want. Like they're being a girl boss, and it's like one thing you'll notice with women is they often in these spaces is there's like an ironic detachment. Like the whole girl boss concept is itself a play on the idea that you can be empowered by working your whole life in a corporate job, and it comes from this idea of this woman in Silicon Valley who's like one of the top Facebook people named Sheryl Sandberg, and she wrote this book called Lean In. And it was all about how you can be a girl boss by basically like beating men at their own game and like winning and being an even more hardcore, ruthless capitalist. And so women have this like meme of it where it's like, on one hand, about being like, that's retarded. Like that's a retarded way to achieve like self-empowerment and liberation. Just doing what men did that made them fucking trapped in the first place. Like that's stupid. But it's being done in the context that actually a lot of them are doing that. A lot of them are becoming those people in the workplace, and they're trying to like distance themselves from that fact by pretending that they're self-aware of it, right? And like pretending that being aware of it is enough to like counter the fact that they're doing it. So it's kind of like, like I would say that, like you should be just as critical of these spaces, right? But you need to do so from a place that's not the like sausage party fest of like mindset of like, oh, women do it this way. It's fucking, that's how you know it's dumb, is when women do it. Like that, like women are trained to create these misogynist characterizations of men that are accurate. Like these misogynist in that they think all guys are like retards, and that's kind of true. So if you have a critique of these women's spaces, it has to be really like nuanced, right? It has to be. But that's what's fun, is that it pushes you to like think more, right? These spaces, they are more analytical, they are more kind of sociological, and they do see the world in a different way. It's almost like you walked into a women's bathroom accidentally and are like, they have fucking candles in here, but like conversationally, like you're like a public women's restroom, and you're like accidentally in there, and you're like, they have fucking like scented candles and like lotion in here. Like the male bathroom is a fucking like trough urinal, but like conversationally and intellectually, like that's I think kind of what you're saying,
That's really funny because you used the toilet example. Yeah, I really hate using public bathrooms, because it just stinks of piss.
Yeah.
It's awful. And also, I didn't even realize until later in life, but the sitting down thing, because I just sit down. I don't do it in public bathrooms. I just use the urinal. But at home, I definitely sit down, because one thing I agree with LTG on, maybe I'm not pissing in bottles, but it's actually really funny thing I'll touch on, where men feel emasculated by doing what a woman would do when they're pissing, which is sitting down. It's so, because it's much cleaner. I just want the thing to be clean.
So much cleaner, dude.
So I sit down, because I'm responsible for cleaning my stuff. I clean the kitchen, I clean my toilet. Yeah, that's my responsibility. Of course,
logistically speaking, so much better. And especially if you're tired, like I'm waking up, I'm not feeling like I have the most energy.
Mhm.
I don't want to be standing there trying to aim shit while I'm like getting crud out of my eyes. I don't want to be
Uh-huh.
touching my junk while I'm
Mhm.
fucking touching my face. Like I just sit down, I can kind of rub my face, be like, oh, and like kind of wake up. It's like
Right.
easier. It's just
Oh,
it's like
it's easier.
workflow life, so much easier. And
Oh,
but
I
you're
go
right,
in the
men
night.
feel emasculated by doing women's shit, and um yeah, it's crazy. You could just tell them that women do that, and they'll stop doing it.
Oh,
It's like so
mhm.
insane to me.
That's how I actually
Men
got into
very
the
high five.
algorithm, by the way, which is
Really?
women, these women sort of being like, is reading not as prestigious anymore
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because it's now becoming more women
I saw that woman's video.
coded.
She's like, I know the woman you're talking about. Like her belief
Mhm.
is that reading won't be as prestigious anymore because it's becoming a female
Mhm.
hobby, and it's going to be. But like, I'll say that I'll say that I disagree with that because it's such a
Mhm.
functionally illiterate society. I don't think it's the case that um that reading will become less prestigious because women do it. I think
Mhm.
that men will have stereotypes in their head of the type of books women read that make them dismiss it mentally. But
Mhm.
that
That's
video
true.
ignores the fact that the entire reason women are doing this in the first place is because it's prestigious, right? She's pretending as if women just have this natural draw to reading that's
Mhm.
disconnected from concepts of mindfulness, self improvement, self optimization. Women are the most consumerist. They are on the forefront of consumerism. Everything is targeted at them. I told you this like fucking 8 years ago. Women
Mhm.
spend the money.
Yeah.
Corporations are not interested
Mhm.
outside of gamers, which is a new market. They are not interested in targeting towards men. That's why stuff
Mhm.
isn't targeted towards men for the most part, unless you're talking about really high end shit like cars, really high
Mhm.
end shit that requires a ton of money. In which case, women are actually an obstacle. You got to start figuring out ways to help men like get loads without telling their wife, right? But until that
Mhm.
point, it's all about women spending the money, and a
Mhm.
lot of reason they read is because they want to be seen as reading. And so the way they get around that conversation is to pretend as if guys are the ones that are sort of taking the purpose of reading away and making it a female thing when if you look at the numbers, 40% of the purchases are romance books. If you look at what romance books are, a lot of it is basically
No.
creating an internal intimacy that justifies the neglect of their husband. It like allows them to see their husband as these kind of closed off beings that if they just kind of press the right buttons and support him in the right way, then they can
I
open
love
him up
that.
like the characters in their book, right? And it's just total cope.
Mhm.
And so like that's what the feminists say about this. Like the actual feminists, like that's what they say about romance books. It's like a way of upholding the patriarchy by creating these fantasies that allow women to live in a virtual world where their husband is
Mhm.
different, where you explain his abuse is actually like coming from internal, oh, he's just all bottled up and I got to get him to open up and then he's going to passionately kiss me and take me on a horse, like that kind of
Mhm.
shit is like it's cope. It's the female version of manga and anime. And that's most of what's consumed. But then these
Mhm.
book YouTubers exist to basically justify it as an intellectual practice. And so
Mhm.
by doing that, they have to explain it as, oh, it's less prestigious because men do it. And it's like, no, this whole conversation is happening in the female circle. Men are not typically engaged in a conversation about reading dynamics. They are so disconnected from it as a practice. It is almost all women. So when women
Mhm.
feel like it's getting degraded, it's because they're starting to realize it's maybe not what they expected. But again, no book YouTuber will ever say, stop buying books. It's so rare. I found a couple and I like them a lot. They say, go to the library. They say, don't buy books. Like, just don't do them. Go to the library. They have books for you. You can get them there. They are against the haul videos where you unbox a bunch of books and put them on the shelf, right? They are all
Oh,
about not making a consumerist thing. It's a very different
that's
type of person.
that's another the whole I don't even know how to pronounce that word just because it's not in my vocabulary. That's definitely a woman thing. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
no, I think maybe it was like some New York Times podcast that got recommended to me about and definitely was on a misogynist art on that day specifically because that video I don't know because you said you told me 8 years ago. That's definitely something I'm aware of because I've definitely heard that phrase before, where it's women spend the money, and so
Yes.
advertisers are focusing on women, and that's definitely been at the back of my mind because I do notice that the whole shit that's a woman thing. That definitely is a woman thing because the only time I really see men buy a whole bunch of at least physical things is Pokemon cards and just trading cards, which
Yes.
my sister asked me to see my trading cards and I go maybe another time because I don't want to show her that oh yeah I've just been gambling all the time and then she doesn't understand that it's gambling And she
Right.
goes, "Whoa, that's so cool."
Oh,
And
that's cool. Yeah.
and I have no relationship with my sister. Maybe I should have go, okay, yeah. How much money do you think I spent on this? Maybe I need to make it a lesson where she thinks she's saying something like orange juice and then go, so how much money do you think I spent on this? So, I could have bought my mom a present with, this, with, this stack
Yeah.
of cards. I could have, bought myself a new game that I would have got way more, out, happiness from rather than, these, shit looking cards. Okay, so these ones would have actually bought me, all in total, I could have, bought something that's, adding up to something way more than you would think these Pokemon cards are, worth, right? That you don't even realize that you're spending, this much money on the cards. Maybe I should have made it, tied it up in a lesson rather than just being dismissive. Because I don't like preaching. I don't want to be that person where it's like, so this is why this really fun thing is bad, kid.
Yeah. Yeah. The buzzkill. Yeah. Yeah.
So I refrain from doing that. Maybe I should though. Maybe I should be a coach.
I think the strat is to basically explain how they're trying to trick people. Like, this is like, and maybe still a buzzkill. People don't tell me this, but I basically try to make it be like, okay, so this actually, I'm not like this is actually bad. I'm more like this isn't really what's happening. Like, you think what's happening is I'm
Interesting.
collecting cards. What's
Mhm.
actually happening is I'm trying to search and fill a void within myself by trying to get shiny things in like
Mhm.
a fucking like a fucking ape way.
Mhm.
And I have no reason for what I'm doing, and this
Mhm.
is pure nostalgia manipulation. Like, I would be more succinct with it, but like the fact of like being
That was really
self-critical too,
succinct.
like not like I would go at other people, right? I'm like,
Mhm.
this is the mistakes I'm making. These are the things that I fucked up on. So I'm not like accusing anybody of something.
Mhm.
I'm not like saying this person did it for this reason, and they're like, well, how do you know you did it for that reason? It's like I'm saying I was trapped, I was tricked. This
Mhm.
is that kind. So that's kind of what I do. I'm like this is what happened, and it's not something that's like it could happen to anybody. It happened to me, and you shouldn't feel bad about it. But for the most part, the thing is with these women communities is on one hand they say they don't want this kind of consumerism. They want books to be a sort of authentic engagement. And they talk about the
Mhm.
power of reading, but
Mhm.
then they often make videos being like, "Why do I only get views on haul videos?" Right? So
That's really
the
funny.
problem they run into is that on one hand they want to have this kind of relationship with the reading community, in which it's
Mhm.
this place of help, like of helping them, and inspiring reading and stuff. But then practically being a YouTuber that makes money off of books, they
Mhm.
have to confront the fact that these women who watch their channel only want to see them unbox stuff in the same way as if it was a makeup thing. And when you look up at a lot of these kind of bigger YouTubers, like there's one woman, she's an Asian woman, I forget her name. She's like kind of the top one. She's like has like 4 million subs or something. But
Oh, okay.
she
I
was a
didn't get
makeup
that big.
she's like a makeup YouTuber, like previously, and like a fucking shoe
Oh.
YouTuber. And
Oh, I think you may
she
showed
did
me her
hauls.
actually. Now that you say
Yeah,
that.
Haley, I think her name is Haley Pham or something. Um,
Fan or
but
fan?
like
Oh
or
yeah,
Pham,
I
like
found her. Yeah.
yeah. If you go to bottom, she's just doing makeup on hauls and stuff. And so this is like
Wait,
so
what did
again,
you
it's
say?
oh yeah. Oh, but check this out. So I have like a bunch of like consumerism thing. So I
Oh,
just added a bunch of it. So guys, Legos, yo-yos, they're huge on that.
holy
Just to give us some
shit.
examples of guys have done.
Mhm.
But yeah, like but there's also women, and then but just to say like one of the people, there are some people I like a lot
Mhm.
in this, but they so this is retail therapy. This is a category of videos
Retail
where
therapy.
women explain how by going shopping they
Mhm.
can it kind of solves all their problems, and it's a way for them to do self-care. They call it self-care, where they're taking care of
Mhm.
themselves by going shopping. Typically what this means is going to Starbucks, getting the equivalent of 70 grams of sugar and like 300 and like 6 energy drinks in one fucking cup, and then just being tweaking out and
Mhm.
going and like shopping at expensive places. Like that's what they call retail therapy. And
Holy
these videos are super
shit.
popular. Um,
I
and
can
there's a lot of
see.
justification. Oh yeah. If you look at the video beneath, like the 2 videos down, it says, "Are you addicted to shopping or just enjoying retail therapy?" And she basically explains how it's like actually it's like a cool thing as long as you enjoy what you're doing. Just enjoy what you're doing. It's like that meme of the guy, like the auto masturbator, looking at like Pikachu with big tits, and it's like, bro, you're gonna critique him. He's just enjoying what he's doing.
You know what?
like, right?
I prefer that than. Wait, hold on.
No, this-
I'm
yeah, yeah.
holding my bladder.
Oh, sorry.
Hola, amigo. Back. Are you going to?
Oh yeah, welcome back.
Oh,
Welcome back.
hello. Yeah.
Yeah. No, so all of this comes from self-care. During 2020 in the pandemic, people got really into the idea of self-care. Yeah, you can see this playlist. But if you look at the emotional side of shopping, how to recognize her, I'm a big fan of her. She's awesome. A lot of her videos are basically about how like
What, this one?
yeah,
600?
the
Okay.
oh no, the one the emotional
Oh.
side of shopping, how to recognize like this one,
this one.
Cynthia Dubois, like
I
she's
just got
awesome.
recommended her video, so
Yeah, she's great. She does the same kind of shit. She
You didn't need, only to regret it later.
I like her
it's
voice.
this. Oh, I like her voice too. She's yeah, she's aspirational in so many ways. But like this is like this is another one uh like you can tell the difference in just like the priorities these people set. Like her Tori talks, she
Mhm.
talks about this in terms of reading. Like she's like, the reason people say, they're like, do you actually read these many books? And she's like, a lot of booktubers are just nerds. Like they read a lot when they were a kid and they read a lot as adults. Like that's just the way it is. But her point is like, we don't even do book reviews anymore. Like the book videos that get the most views are the fucking book hauls. They're not even the fucking uh you know, like they're not the videos. Like you say you care about these things, but you're not. I mean, you don't. Like it's
Mhm.
and you know, no more impulse. My last big book haul, while I learned not to impulse buy books, right? She's struggling with it. She's struggling.
Wow,
They
that
do this thing called
sucks.
an audit where they go through their bookshelf and they're seeing how many they read. I found this one, I sent it to Orbic, of this like gay guy, and he he's literally like 4 of the shelves he had 0 out of like 50 read on. Like
Whoa.
0. Like, and he was like laughing, and he had like I think less than 30% of his books on his shelf were even read. Like he said, and like it's fine to have books, but yeah, check this out. I like her a lot. You'll just see a difference in the way that they present themselves too. Like it's so different.
You guys typically gravitate towards? Do you like having the quick flyby of the wrap-ups, or do you prefer a longer deep dive video into books? What turns you on to a book review as opposed to turns you off of a book review? Do you avoid them at all costs for spoilers, or do you not care about the spoilers? And I think this is an area where I wanted to just start the conversation with this video, because my audience, you guys, are going to be really a big part of this conversation, because I'm only one person and I know what my personal preferences are. I do tend to watch book reviews after I read a book, but I do also watch reviews, especially from booktubers that I follow or friends of mine, to see if a book is going to be for me. And as long as like major deaths or plot twists or whatever are not mentioned in that review specifically, or there's a warning to avoid that, I'm not bothered by basic spoilers. I'm not bothered. I'm really not that bothered. But I know for a lot of people that is a huge turnoff of book reviews as to why they won't even watch them in the first place. It seems like book reviews as a whole on BookTube are just not getting as much attention anymore as they used to, and I'm genuinely curious about why that is. And I'd love to hear down in the comments why you think that is, and all of your experience with book reviews and your opinions on it. So anyways, I hope you guys are having a fabulous week and
No,
some 5-star
that's basically
thank
this.
you.
They don't get views, and you would think it's like, well, what else is BookTube? BookTube is about reviewing books. It's about books. It's about talking about books. It's not about talking about books. It's about buying books. It's about having books. It's about having pretty special editions of books you've read several times before.
That's so
It's about
interesting.
demonstrate. But then that critique, that sounds bad. So what you have to do is you have to invent a man who just thinks reading is dumb and women reading are dumb. And that male invention allows you to basically ignore what you're actually doing, which is just consumer. But they can't actually get around that, because if you're a YouTuber, you know what gets views. That like you're trying to make this your job, you have to know what makes views. And so the ones that are more honest with themselves start kind of having some existential crises. It's really interesting.
That's interesting because I'm not really into booktube, so a lot of the people I watch just do commentary. They'll probably be adjacent where they also have commentary videos on their channel, and I'll look at their commentary videos because I didn't know there was such a big haul culture. I've never seen that from booktube. Maybe I'm just not looking at the particular people that do hauls, or I'm just not getting recommended those videos because I don't care about hauls. I don't look at that content. I really don't. I'm very I'm probably differ from a lot of Zoom because I know I didn't even know Tricky's liked collecting sneakers. I think EXE told me that because he said, he told me that in relation to, because I was sort of being a little bit nippy at his you want to collect the vinyls? Why do you want to collect the vinyls?
Right.
Why are you buying that? Because I think Tricky's may have told me that he's just spending a shit ton of money on vinyls, but he's not very because he was really upset because he wanted to go on a voyage and EXE wasn't really biting. So Tricky said, what the fuck, what do you mean you wouldn't have enough money? If you stop spending this money on this and this and this, we could actually go and meet up with each other. And I think that's when I recommended EXE to talk to Stealth, because I know Stealth helped, I think, maybe Evelyn with finances, and I know Stealth knows maths, so probably be... I trust him. I trust Stealth.
I do.
So I said, yeah, probably go to Stealth. And I know he actually heeded my advice and actually went and talked to him. So that was really good. I didn't actually follow up on that. So wait, did he tell him some good advice? Did he help? Yeah, I don't know. I probably should have asked that. I was going to ask that, but I got really distracted by something. But no, I've not seen this full content. So it's really interesting that you show me this full content.
If you look at this playlist that I have, you can see I've been I basically have tried to explore every conceptual, theoretical community that could exist about hobbies, and basically found that all of them are just consumerism. It's probably the crazy video I have. If you notice, so she's a comic book collector. They are in slabs.
Yeah,
you cannot open these
them,
or read these in any way. It is actually impossible to do this. You cannot. Her room is insane. And this is every community. Like you would and every community has an explanation of how it's actually about something so much bigger than just them buying stuff. But then you actually see what they do, and it's only about buying stuff. Like, it's fine to buy stuff. I'm not against buying stuff.
Really?
I'm against yeah, I know, right?
Joke,
but
yeah.
I know, right? But in all fairness, you probably could say that I'm against buying shit. Like, I am, like, the kind of extent to which I am, like, against this shit, I am almost against this. But to me, it's like, well, you're defeating the function of what you're purchasing at a certain point.
True, yeah.
How is this what you're, like, you can't tell me she's doing anything other than just owning and objectifying media. You cannot tell me she has an artistic relationship with these things other than a visual of it.
Pristine.
And it's just
you
pristine.
Don't like that well-worn... I have this old cover of The Hobbit, and it's well-worn. It's super fucked up, but I never diminish that because it's...
That shows character. That shows, like, a use of it.
Exactly.
To me, that's history. Yeah, exactly. No, and I got really into this, like, maybe a year and a half ago, but the video I want to watch with you is about is this one. It's called "Collecting Stuff as a Hobby," and I would just love to know your comments on this. So this guy basically,
I think I've seen this video before.
Oh, okay. So then never mind.
No, let's watch it, but it's not really high speed.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I didn't, but I've definitely got recommended very similar.
The time when my parents took me to church as a wee.
I've seen this.
Okay, good.
I have this vivid memory of a time when my parents took me to church as a wee lad. The pastor was yapping like they usually do, but near the end, they honed in on a very specific message. They were saying something along the lines of, to be a good person, you have to be willing to give up all of your personal belongings. The thought of just giving away all of my favorite toys terrified me to my core, and I started crying like a little bitch right there. My parents then had to explain to me that I didn't actually have to get rid of all my stuff. Then it was fine.
Huh?
But it's funny to look back on that memory because I feel like today my view on physical possessions is completely different. Don't get me wrong, I still very much like having stuff. It's nice to have stuff, but I just don't place as much value in physical things as I used to as a kid. I mean, as a child, nothing matters more than your games, your toys, and your Pokemon cards. Now if I lose something of mine, it'll bum me out, but in the grand scheme of things will feel pretty insignificant. I know I'll get over it, and I think that's just part of growing up. As you age, you realize the actual important things are all invisible, like relationships, memories, and ideas. So why is it that I get so much joy from collecting stuff? Let me explain. To me, I see collecting as another method of documenting my life. Just like taking photos or journaling, it's less about owning physical things and more about capturing memories. Let's do a slide here so you can really get the depth of how many there are. There we go. Each one of my vinyl represents a point in my life, and when spun on my record player, it's like traveling back in time. Though it's been a while, I can tell you that Gone Now by Bleachers was the soundtrack to my freshman year in high school. I can tell you that Nurture by Porter Robinson kept my spirits up during the pandemic. And I can tell you that Modal Soul by Nujabes is one of my favorite albums that I had a chance to pick up recently during a trip to a new city. It's an album I feel like I can recommend to just about anybody because I think anyone would get enjoyment out of this. One of the most enjoyable albums across the board.
So simultaneously, it's definitional of him and also something so generic anyone can engage with. Notice also the things he describes that what makes it interesting to him. He has no limit in the time, but yet somehow doesn't say a single thing about any of the things that are theoretically the most important things to him. He's showing us a collection of the most important things to him, and outside of the fact of when he existed and when he listened to it, there is no, like, he'll be like, it includes a cool booklet. What makes the booklet cool? No need to explain. Moving on, right? Like, it's so that, like, yeah, anyway, you paused your reason that. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I paused it because it was just all vapid. He didn't say anything
Yeah.
that stuck out about the album. It's just a point. It just reminds me of a point in my life. Well, that's nice,
Yes.
but why'd you need to buy elaborate vinyls to represent a point in your life other than, you know,
Why not
just-
have pictures? Why not have your phone? Because your phone takes
exactly,
pictures.
yeah.
Your phone, right? I mean,
100%,
but you
yeah.
realize that's how they use all this stuff is just basically pictures.
That I can think of. Yeah, this is the meme album from the memes. I just love this album. It's a great one to have on vinyls.
From the memes.
Also, it's very chill. I always love when it comes with like booklets and whatnot. This one comes with a lot of cool shit. I guess it's like a collector's edition or deluxe edition or whatever, but it's got all these cool notes on the lyrics, songwriting and whatnot, cool pictures. This feels like a pretty quintessential jazz album. It's the kind of album.
Yeah, the cool pictures. Oh, come on.
I know. Quintessential jazz album. Miles Davis, one of the most complicated, interesting producers of jazz music. Let's see what he has to say about it.
That I think everyone who has a record player or is collecting vinyls should have. I'm not super well versed in.
So it's just
You have to have
you
it.
see how he diminished the album. He doesn't realize it because he thinks he's extolling it, but he diminished it by saying, "Oh, it's just something that everyone should have." Really, so everything should have is sort of, you know, a space filler. You should have it if you're collecting
You
something.
should have a chair. If you have a house, you should have a chair.
Yeah, exactly. That's just something that fills space. It's not, whoa, wow, jazz.
Wow,
To
I have a
me-
really particular relationship with this. This inspired me to get into blues. Without this is like when my dad died. We listened to the song together. There's a passage of it that was really interesting. And that itself is representative of jazz as a genre. Jazz as a genre has all these things. Like, think about all of the ways he could go. Just mentally, if you take it for a second, like all the different thoughts he could have from that point, and he does none of them. He closes it off. So it's like, I think people like us, it's like we see all the different directions he could go, and instead of going in any of them, it's like, and next, and next. And that
Yeah,
you just
because
click
and
and
that's-
next, you know?
That's the problem I have with collections. It's about the next one and the next one. It's a conveyor belt. It's not enough time to look at one individual piece. And I just have to say, I don't come from a collecting background because I never had that. Never had that. You know, the most
never had
I
the
did
money
was
to do
collect
that.
Pokemon cards, and it wasn't
Yeah.
really a collecting thing for me because it was when you were talking about, oh, get the hollows and get the shinies or whatever. Actually, that's something that excited me, but that was a lot of mimetic
Of course.
prestige that you would get from the playground. More, I just liked all the artwork. I really enjoyed the artwork, and I realized that was my engagement with Pokemon cards. So what I did was just watch people unbox Pokemon, and then, oh wait, I get to see all this artwork, or I can just look up online all the artwork, all the cards in order of the set, and then I just didn't find any contentment. And that's really the only thing I ended up ever engaging in terms of collecting. So I just have to point out my bias in terms of I already look down on this because I don't come from a background of each individual element that I own physically, I use. I use that. I'm a very austere person. I don't decorate my room with basically anything. Every book that I have in this room, I've read. I don't have books that I haven't touched or actually that's a lie, but I do have some.
Or
but
books
just
that,
because-
like you don't have a preponderance of books that are aspirational while you consume others. Like, of course you'll have and this is, you know, bookshelves are meant to be a sort of active thing. They're meant to be things you add to, remove from. It's a collection. It's something you cultivate. It's a part of your learning process. My critique is not a lack of reading books generally that you own. It's more the continual purchase of books without any intention of reading. Like the majority of them. Like that's, to me, that's what it is. And it's like, well, you could just go to the library. You could just pirate these. These are not. It's not like you have no options, right? Like it's not like you have to hoard them. Most people, I'll tell you this, they're not reading books like Alms of Jihad, books that get banned from because Saudi Arabia threatens to sue Cambridge. They're not like collecting books that are like on the fringe or like likely to get like you know, censored. So there's no actual reason, right? Like that's it's the consuming without the reason. You know, you can have consumption with reason. That makes sense. You're a utilitarian. That it just makes sense. That's how humans engage with things. To me, this is extra human. This is fantastical. It's, you know, yeah.
For me, it's the collecting. It's one of those things where collecting to me is it's a word that doesn't actually describe what's happening, because I don't care about collecting. It's collecting for the end goal of collecting. The end goal is to amass a collection, whereas so that's a prescription. Whereas what I do is a description of, oh, I just end up, well, actually I don't actually really end up collecting anything, but let's say when I am actually purchasing stuff, I end up descriptively collecting something, as in I'm building up a collection. But that's not for the end goal. It's, oh, I have these individual pieces that end up now fitting into this category called a collection. That's what's happening. So I have a relationship with each individual component of the collection. Whereas a lot of these collections feels like there is, because the end goal is to amass a collection, there is less of an individual significance on each product,
Each
which
item. Exactly.
hollows the collection. It's actually way more hollow than, you know, my, you know, 5 books I have to my name. Now, I have more than that, but
exactly.
You know,
no, exactly. That's exactly right. It's totally hollow, because they meant only like the meaning they could have was bounded by the act of collecting for its own sake. Like the meaning, if the meaning expands too much, like this is what's crazy. If the meaning expands too much, you stop collecting. If the meaning of the art that you engage with actually fucking affects you, you change how you act in the world, and you can't just keep collecting. Right? Like if a movie actually was to change the way you see things, you couldn't just constantly mindlessly collect DVDs and Blu-rays, because your relationship with the world would change. So it's the fact that their ability to transform themselves and become different people, it's bounded by the fact they're only collecting for its own sake. And so it can only remind them of when they were happy or remind them of when they were sad. It can't change them into seeing happiness and sadness in different ways that alters their behavior, because then they stop collecting. Right? Definitionally, that's when it ends. Like, you know?
Yeah. I don't believe you have a whole encyclopedia of why is this one in
because it's a eclectic collection. That's meant to be in a thing called good book lists. And some of them are critiques, but it's kind of just a mass base for me to kind of go to. Like for the most part, it's people that I'm critical of, but a lot of them ended up becoming people criticizing these practices themselves, because that became so common in my feed. It became so common to, you know, have videos like this pop up that I just added it to the same. Like I added it to the same. But I have a different thing called, which, yeah.
Oh, this is actually also what I call just the way it's titled just seems really femme YouTube to me.
It is.
You know, is it
very femme YouTube?
Is something now? Is something now? It's always that. It's always that like that.
Conversation. Like it's like with guys YouTube, it's like, oh, this thing happened, I gotta fucking let you know about this. Like, you hear about this situation, like, it's fucking crazy, bro. Like, this shit, people are pissed about it, and honestly, they're stupid for being pissed about it. Like, it's not about actually engaging with stuff. But I think part of it is that this is much nicher, and so you actually can't have long form conversations in the comments. Like, the rate of comments are so much higher on these femme videos than on other videos.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, like you'll notice.
These are the male tiles I usually engage with.
Gets his cognitive clapped into oblivion. That's funny though. It is funny though. You gotta say it. That's fucking funny though.
That's crazy. Oh, I guess like speedrunner videos are male coded. How speedrunners broke Mario 3's final barrier. It's not really a conversation. It's more of a description of this is what the video is about, rather than hey, come and join this conversation. Trivia.
Yeah, exactly.
I like this channel. Do I like this channel? Is this the channel I usually watch? Well, I obviously do, because I'm subbed to them. I usually watch that channel usually does Late Republic videos, and I like the Late Republic. Caesar's Arrow, so I'm watching his videos. Yeah, side tangent, but yeah, it's very different. But yeah,
it's very different. Okay. There is something I found when I was in Seattle. I was watching the like hotel TV, and there was this ad for this thing called Amazon Lens, and I personally think it might be one of the most evil things I've seen. And like so yeah, I'll send this. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, that's funny. Actually, I don't know why I also previously looked at this. I don't know why it wasn't showing up, but there's a so I also was looking at like the history of people trying to use fucking magnifying lenses as torture devices. I don't know why I was looking at that, but sorry, so just that popped up. I forgot about that. So this is Amazon Lens. So the thing to think about is basically Pinterest, the most feminine code. Guys don't use Pinterest. Pinterest are kind of this idea of a vision board or a mood board where you have an aesthetic like cottagecore, and then you take images that you think remind you of that aesthetic in a vague set of collection. There's no definition of what cottagecore is in a literal way. It's more about vibes, it's more about moods, it's about aesthetics. And basically the vision of Amazon Lens is to kind of create an interactable AI that if you take a photo, it'll like tell you what all of the outfit is, and also allow an engagement with it that like like let's see, wait, here you go. That is like theoretically creative. Like theoretically it's about let's see. Let me find this thing.
Into shopping? You know it's Amazon Lens. Go from camera roll to closet by uploading pics of your favorite looks. And shop
Lens AI, they really like advertising
closet
that name.
by uploading pics of your favorite looks. And shop similar matches to make them all your own. Oh, you want to get specific? Just circle the search. Boom, like that. Whatever's filling your inspo feed, find it in the Amazon shopping app. See?
Wow, okay, Instagram gonna
see it, shop it.
See it, shop it, oh wow.
That's the concept here. It's called see it, shop it.
Yeah, I can see why you call it evil.
Picture this. The power to instantly shop anything you see. With Amazon Lens, you can take photos to search in the Amazon app. Recreate a look you love. Bring a vibe to life. Or find a replacement whatchamacallit bulb. Whatever
don't even
inspires
know
you.
what you're buying.
Find it
Don't
in
even
the
know the
Amazon
name
app.
of it.
See it, shop it with Amazon Lens.
So this is what I sent to. So just read this. Like I wrote this on a phone, so it was kind of shit. But
okay, hold on. Put the reading glasses on. It's too late at night. It's too late at night for me to go besmirched with finger smudges. The idea isn't just Google Lens, image reverse search for products. Listen to an interview with a product rep guy. What is a product representative in terms of somebody that's...
Yeah, so this is one of the guys on the lead team of the Amazon Lens development project, and he was being interviewed about like this tool and what it is and what its goals are. Fuck this guy, by the way. He's fucking so annoying to listen to.
Okay, self-described being exclusive user. That's really funny. It's one of those things where I'm so alternative, and then you're just doing the... I don't know how to describe it in terms of...
It's such a weird thing to be part of your identity. It's such a strange thing to be like, I'm alt in the way that I use Bing. Like, what?
Oh.
Like, it's not even a privacy thing. Anyway.
Oh, the way I've envisioned it was different in terms of, oh, I'm no longer drinking bleach anymore. That was really bad for me. Now I'm drinking cyanide. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what he says. He's basically like, oh, well, in terms of searching and like image, retrieval, Bing is just better. It's just the best like way to.
Doubt that. It seems really I don't really believe in that. Forgot the depths at which I hate these people who explain that Pinterest mastered products /mood/vision boards. I still don't understand what mood and vision boards are. I've been on Pinterest, I have an account, but I don't know what a mood. What is the mood?
So a mood board is a collection of images that represent a specific mood. So like that's the cottagecore thing. And the vision board is more so like, where do you see yourself in this many years? And you paste images of certain things that you aspire to, and then you make it a collection such that you think it represents your vision of the future visually, because you can't do it like descriptively. And so like this would be, yeah.
And the idea is Google Lens combined with transformative AI. So you search a mirror. Lens brings you that the exact product. You say, I actually like it rounder at the bottom. The Lens can take it, and with Rufus, Amazon's AI. That's a crazy name. Oh my word. Why?
No idea. The product rep guys are retarded, I think is what it is.
This is what I imagine. That fat guy is Rufus.
Yeah, I don't. So. What is going on? Like, I'd say Rufus is retarded, and then I'd say the other day that's retarded AI wise is Bixby, the fucking Samsung. Like, what the fuck, Bixby?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Man,
yeah.
What are they doing in Korea? What the fuck is happening? So when they said Rufus, I'm thinking, yeah, some
fat ass fucking fart,
chubby guy. Yeah, it's not exactly flattering. So,
Amazon's AI pictured, realistic Amazon AI.
Find a product that find a product the most similar but with a more round bottom. Now this is dangerous, because the whole world becomes a shopping mall in ways it's not already. The way people navigate the world, attraction and repulsion signals for future life pathways is via consumption. So now that's shot. And given how much pride is associated with consumer creativity, having an AI that makes process of product discovery more engaging could be a huge sell. The ad was running on my hotel TV all night. If I missed this, I'm retarded. It's dangerous because it's effective, and the spillover is crazy. This is proof of AI's working that's so direct, so relevant, and provable to the consumer. The fact it's a narrow use case from a hyper-specific retail company rocking top tier data centers gets ignored.
Okay, so it's a bunch of thoughts there. So the first part about the world becoming a shopping mall in ways it's not already, people already like, oh my God, where'd you get that? They already relate to each other in terms of shopping in such a dramatic way. Now you can have a creative engagement with shopping that is antisocial. You can do it on your own, live in your own fucking mental head, treat everyone as objects to be inspired from, rather than people you actually have to get to know. Like, oh, well, what's the philosophy behind why you picked this? Like Juggy talks about this in terms of like fashion a lot. Like people just see something and like copy it, rather than being like, well, what's the kind of like, what is the outfit saying? What's it like doing? What's the purpose of it? Like, what's the history behind the objects? It becomes purely objectified. It's like, that looks nice. I want this, but blue. It becomes pure. Whereas in the past, you actually had to walk up to someone and be like, hey, what shirt is that? Where'd you get that from? And then you learned it's from a band. And then you're like, oh, that band is interesting. I didn't know that band that made that song. Oh, I've heard a song like that before. Oh, yeah. Wait, that band's actually sick. And you get interested in that band. You form a connection with that person. This is purely antisocial. You can just see it, shop it directly. There's no middleman. It's direct. And then the part about how I think it's dangerous because it's effective. It's just an effective tool. Like it's if it does what it says it does, that's it. Like is just really good at what it does. And then the part of the spillover, like I think AI is really overhyped in its effectiveness, and I think it's really limited in its actual ability to do things. People are like, what is this going to mean for movies? What is this going to mean for art? And again, I think it means very little. I think practically we already use AI like in terms of like committees, like writer rooms where there's 30 people writing like one script. Like we already kind of do a lot of these processes and it's already hollowed out art. That's not concerning to me. What's concerning to me is people will actually have a direct way of proving to themselves how good AI is. They'll think that this is just AI as a technology, and they won't realize it's only possible because it's Amazon plus AI. This is like a very unique, and it only applies to shopping. It's like, well, Amazon sells everything. So of course, Amazon is able to recognize the existence of its own products. Amazon wants you to buy things. So of course, Amazon is able to recommend you objects that are similar to the things that you want to buy. Amazon can do all this because they have the biggest data centers, right? But people will be like, oh, look how powerful AI is, right? And so and they'll apply that to a bunch of things. Be like, of course AI can fucking operate ambulances. Of course. I mean, it's able to help me shop. And that's so important to me. I've never felt more fulfilled. I'm getting exactly what I want. from shopping, which is so important to me. So of course AI not logically, but logically has the ability to do all these other things that it doesn't actually have the ability to do. And so there's so many levels at which this is scary to me. But I think the primary element here is it's pure consumerism. And it's the ideology of consumerism as a technology. Before, if you wanted to treat everyone as an object, if you wanted to shop the world like this, you actually had to develop a lot of mental issues. You had to like treat people as objects in like a literal way. You had to like adopt beliefs about the value of people and the value of what they wear and what makes a person a cool person. You had to actually take on a lot of things that are kind of crazy to really believe this ideology of pure shopping and pure consumption. But now you just have a fucking phone app and you can use your camera and it does all that for you and you don't even have to think about it. So it basically makes you live the ideology practically without actually having to think about it and adopt it. You could just like practically speaking, be a sociopathic materialist consumer, and then you don't even have to take on the full set of beliefs that come with that. Do you know what I mean? You can just have the tool that does this. It just does that for you.
It's only got 6.7K views. No comments.
Yeah, this is very new. Look at this. So this is a shopping feature Amazon talked with in their investor report.
Another, I like that you reacted with a loving crying face. Another Amazon feature is Lens, which people can use to take a picture of an item and have it pulled up to a shopping result. And buy for me, where a customer can ask an Amazon shopping agent to buy an item on another merchant's website for them. The online shopping platform also offers recommended size, which can predict the right size of customers based on their prior purchases and how different apparel brands run fit-wise relative to each other. Okay.
So you can basically, it takes all the data you have, because again, think about this. Like if you were to have an Amazon agent, this is kind of to the last point of this only works because it's Amazon. This is not AI as a technology. This is Amazon specifically.
Data.
You could not just let a fucking AI agent like Claude that doesn't know anything about you go out and shop for you, because it will give you shit that like does not fit you, does not work for you. It is only because this is Amazon that is able to
leverage.
Yeah, exactly. It would only give you the average. It would never give you something that actually helps you. But again, AI can in Amazon. This is crazy too. So clicking the yellow shop your photo button allows you to choose an existing image from your device's whole photo bank. Any real life photo will do, and you can even utilize Google Images samples. When you find that one-of-a-kind item, whether online or in person, this will be a lifesaver. You may also view the unique looks of Amazon creators by scrolling past the Explore These Looks section. At this time, you can sort things by all, women, men, and home. With these creator photographs, you can see things in real life and find links to buy them. So beyond just being like, oh, hey, I'm sponsored by this, check this out. This is like, or have you seen those videos that are like, rate my fit? Like, how expensive is this fit? I got Burberry pants, and I got fucking, Canada Goose jacket. And, yeah, that's a classic. Like, they do these fashion meetups, and they just show each other how expensive their clothes are. It's that, but you're just like standing silently taking photos of each other and like seeing how expensive each other's outfits are, and then changing the color and then buying it yourself without saying another word to a person. Like, you're not even getting the social benefit. It's purely transactional. It's purely objectified.
Wow. I just don't like how easy it's made people to consume. But
yeah,
it just sucks that I can't offer any sort of contrarian opinion because I already don't consume. I don't care about that.
In this way, yeah.
So I already think, to me, it was never a signifier of a good thing. The person that had, all the Pokemon cards, like, what the fuck? You lucky fuck.
Yeah. Same. I was always just jealous. I was like, my family can't afford that. Like, at most, I'm getting like $100 Lego set for the, like, that's my big gift for the year, kind of thing. Like, yeah, that was like most of my childhood. So
yeah, so
I think that's part of it.
It came, for me, a lot of that came from jealousy. But now, wow, I have a way more intellectual. It's way more intellectual now. Yeah, thanks for these solid arguments. And I don't really. It's not like I'm justifying a hate, because I don't really have a justifying hate or anything. It's more of you're igniting something that of sort of undeveloped thoughts.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
These
A
these
bunch
are
of background,
undeveloped.
like, that's weird. Huh. Like, that's strange, right? Like, a lot of, like, at least that's how it is for me. Like, the reason I even think about this is because I had the same undeveloped thoughts of, like, "That's weird." Like, why are like, I remember when I was a kid, it was, like, this woman talking my cousin being, like, talking about, like, the clothes someone wears, and I've said this before, but I was, like, mentally, I was like, "You can barely put a sentence together, and you're concerned about what someone else wears?" Like, I was like, you know
That's a
what I mean? I was
violation.
like, yeah, but, like, I didn't say that, you know? But, like, I'm thinking that. I'm like, looking at them a little differently. I'm like, "Huh, like, why is it" you know what I mean? Like, why are we so wrapped up in this specifically? Like,
Mhm.
and then you realize, like, especially in places where it's hot out, um, people just live in malls, or they live in stores, or they just go from AC to store, or they're at work and then they go to stores and they go home, and, like, and then their wife just spends all day just thinking what they can purchase. She seems awesome, great relationship. I love her boyfriend. No buy challenge.
Yeah,
Very hype.
I can see that. Wait, so is she somebody that is against or is
Consumer,
it?
big time.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is she somebody that's moving away from it and is
Oh, no, no, no. She's from the beginning been pretty like you know, like on the ball with this stuff. She never really kind of indulged in the original stuff, but she just
Mhm.
became a sharper critic over time. Um and
Okay,
yeah,
I can see that. Stop mindless shopping, ending the toxic spending cycle. Yes. You're
yeah.
not lazy, you have an executive. I don't even know what that means.
A lot of it's autism and
Executive
stuff. Executive
dysfunction.
dysfunction is e executive function is like a type of brain process, and that is, considered dysfunctional if the neurodivergent person has incorrectly, you know, it's like it's harder for neurodivergent people to do certain things, and that's considered executive function, and so she's basically offering advice on how to deal with that rather than just calling yourself lazy and just accepting it. More like, "Okay, well, if this is if you have executive dysfunction, you can actually deal with that. Like, that's something you can deal with."
Yeah, I'm curious. Um,
Yeah.
what is the curse of overthinking in terms of what is it? What is she? I hear people say overthinking. What does that mean? Because when I talk to EXE, he would say, "Oh, you know, I overthink on this." And I know what he's talking about in terms of he's getting a lot of. He's not talking about overthinking. He's talking about there's two ways I could describe overthinking, and the way he's talking about it in terms of he's getting a lot of he's getting inundated with a lot of negative thoughts about a
Right.
particular thing. So let's say the particular way that he looks, where he always mentions this to me, where it's really hard because I want to say, wow, you look good, but also I don't want to go, oh, you look good because you got a haircut, and that's what I would be saying if I only said, oh yeah, you look
Right.
good, just
You don't
because you
wanna
got a
feed into
haircut.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's really sad for me where it's no, because he sort of oscillates from wow, I feel really good about myself, and then boom, you're down in the ground, and the down in the ground is what he would call overthinking, where I'm overthinking in terms of I'm getting inundated with a bunch of negative thoughts that's making
Yeah.
me think a particular way about a
I don't like
certain
that way, yeah.
interaction, situation, appearance, but it isn't
Yeah.
something that I'm not checking my notes with somebody else. Wait, they're not even looking at me in this way, or a lot my early relationship with EXC was wow, you know, like, are you
Really?
sometimes I'll be in a call with him and then he'll go, oh yeah, Galactic, you know, just don't even like Galactic right now, and then I go,
I
okay,
can't
that's
imagine him saying that ever. It's funny.
and yeah, this is a long time ago. I don't think he would say that now, but definitely a
No,
younger
no.
EXE, and he was saying to me that, you know, I just don't think Galactic really likes me. He was just saying some things that this cannot be true because I've been talking to Galactic and he doesn't view you like this. You're getting inundated with a bunch of negative thoughts, and they probably come from somewhere, but they may not even be coming from Galactic at all, but maybe your own self-worth and your, you know, putting your own self-worth into the judgment of how Galactic views you. And I've noticed that with him a lot, where he goes, I don't even know why people would even want to talk to my past self. He has this big
Oh,
self-hatred for
wow.
his past self, yeah, which makes me really sad because the fuck? I really enjoyed talking to you the whole time. It's really
That's
sad
the
that you
thing
put
with the
yourself.
Ender thing. We had a similar. That was another complaint with the Ender thing, where it's like, bro, my past self was such a fucking. It's like, well, that's the past self I was friends with. So what does that say about us, who are your friends? If you think like I was a loser, if you think right, like
Right.
that's an interesting. Um, I would say that you're hitting on like this is kind of how I think about it. It's like you got overthinking, and then you got thought loops, then you got distorted thinking, and then you got thought loops plus distorted thinking. I think EXE's got the thought loops plus distorted thinking. I don't
Mhm.
think I don't think people know. Maybe I don't know. It's weird because it's all relative. There's no way to overthink. Like some people just overthink everything.
Mhm.
The This is a problem I have where I do overthink, and basically what was described to me by this therapist that helped me understand it was something called analysis paralysis, where
Mhm.
you just think. It's not as if your thinking is distorted. It's not like you're wrong on any of the specific part. It's more that you spend so much time going at the thing from different angles, you don't take action. Like you get paralyzed in the process of analyzing from so many different angles that you
Mhm.
lose sight of taking action, and ultimately maybe you have the perfect strategy, but you've
Mhm.
spent so much time developing it, you actually missed the execution window. And so now you like are now thinking about the fact that you overthink and still not taking action, right? So
That's
it's like over like,
That's what I was
you
thinking
know?
of. That was the
Yeah.
other aspect of overthinking, where it's like, could it be that one, or is it the inundated with bad thoughts? I was
I think
thinking
the inundated
those
with
are
bad thoughts is basically the distorted thinking, because that's what you
okay.
described with him saying like, and the thought loops is the inundated part where it's like you see yourself, you see your chin, you have the distorted thinking thoughts of your chin. You see
Mhm.
yourself, you see your hair, you have the distorted thoughts of your hair. Like
Mhm.
that. So it's the activation of the loop, but you're in the loop with distorted thinking. It's fine to loop on something. Like looping on something is fine. It's just that the fact of the looping plus the distorted, not real, that doesn't sound right. That's not how this person has told me about you. You say you have this perspective, but that doesn't match the things I've seen differently, and this seems kind of off, right? That's the distorted thinking element of it. And then the loops is that it constantly triggers the same set of thoughts when something is in front of them, rather than being. And then overthinking, it's something totally different. It's like you have a problem, and then you constantly try to look at it in different ways, and and then instead of dealing with it, you're just constantly thinking about it, and it could be distorted or not distorted, but that's not the point of overthinking. Overthinking is whether it's distorted or not. It's about the lack of action. It's about the continuous rumination and thinking. It's called rumination, by the way, for this.
Mhm.
And so, but yeah, like I got tricked a lot when I was younger because people would say overthinking, and
Mhm.
I would think that they were talking about the thing that I had to deal with, and I
Uh-huh.
realized it was more that they just didn't like thinking about bad thoughts. It was like their problem was, oh, I think, and it makes me think bad things, and then I don't like thinking bad things. And I'm like, that's
Oh,
not my
what the fuck?
that's not my problem. Like that's a but I mean, you've seen people say that. They're like, I'm such an overthinker, dude. I'm always like, how do I do this? And I'm like,
Mhm.
that's the first thought. Like overthinking would be, I've noticed this pattern in myself for years, and it is I don't even know how to describe what it is, because to describe would require so much thinking and attaching it from so many angles. It's like the inability to describe it is evidence of the overthinking. But people are just like, oh, bro, I'm such an overthinker, dude. I'll be like, I fucking want to ask her out, but no, like, I don't know. Should I? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm thinking, like, oh man, like, what does it say that she's like laughing at this thing in a certain way? Like, I'm too hyper
Uh-huh.
focused on detail. Like, and then I think it implies things, and I wait time to
The
respond
hyper
because I think
focused on
that's the
detail is a really
expectation.
crucial part.
Oh yeah, but then the details that don't actually relate to the overall picture, and so you start picking out all these
Uh-huh.
details and trying to examine all these different details, and you lose the forest for the trees, and then you realize you've lost the forest for the trees, and so you have to reevaluate your whole strategy, and like all this happens automatically in my head. It just is automatically just going, and I have to realize that it's more about taking action, and I'll solve my problems by taking action rather than continuously thinking about it. Like I'm comfortable thinking. Some people say they're overthinkers, and they're like, I don't like thinking so much. Like
Yeah.
this oh yeah, dude. So I was at this doctor's office with this getting an infusion. And so my veins, just because of some genetic stuff, they're kind of smaller, they're harder to see. It's difficult to kind of hit with a needle to do
Uh-huh.
an IV. And so I basically have a whole script I run through explaining this to like infusion people, because Otherwise, they just miss my veins and it hurts like crazy, and they're just fucking digging around under my like in my muscles, trying to fucking like dig in. It hurts. So I had a whole spiel, and I was explaining it. I'm like, hey, if you get it on the first try, that's really cool. You know, it's awesome. And I was explaining it to this woman, and she was like, oh, that's that okay, yeah, I'll really try. And she was adapting to my advice. And one of her colleagues, another phlebotomist, came by and was like, you put a lot of pressure on her by saying all that stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't want to have her miss. I'm like, I don't want to have her miss my arm. I've been thinking about this all day, and I had a lot that I wanted to say. She's like, you thought about this all day? I'm like, well, I think about a lot of things during the day. This was one of the things that was happening today, and so I thought about it. She's like, that sounds like a lot. And I'm like, it doesn't sound like a lot to me. That sounds like a little, like you have, and so, and then she comes, and then this woman comes back, and she does it, and she gets it the first try. She fucking gets the vein the first try, right? And the other one was like, oh, great job, you did such a good job, and she was hyping up the woman. But I'm like, you're not going to give me any credit for the fact that I fucking programmed your person to get it on the first try, like that, right? Because I did like an AI prompt with her. Well, I ran through all these things. I want you to put a hot pack on my arm. I want you to basically find it in this spot. It's right next to this mole. Pull out this device. We're going to use this. Like I had a whole thing I went through, and it worked. And yet somehow it's the woman. Like, oh, the overthink. That wasn't over. That was overthinking, right? You were thinking too much. No, I thought about it the right amount. I wanted her to do this properly. I had a script in mind that I have, and I thought to use, and I did it. But somehow that's overthinking. So people have such wild different definitions of overthinking. Thinking a normal amount to me, a lot of people would consider overthinking. My overthinking is specifically a lack of action in relation to the thoughts and a continuous examination of different angles of it and losing track of the time that I need to take action,
Okay. That's why I ask these questions, because people use these terms in and that's why I just don't like using general terms and to describe things. I just make my own terms.
I love that.
It's the this is a lesson I learned from literature in the English language. I forgot what the essay is called.
Metaphors.
But it's not it's not even a lesson that he specifically teaches. It's more of a spirit of a lesson where I'm adapting it to the modern world, where there are just a lot of terms that I've thrown out there. I was actually talking to this with Wanda, where he said crash out, and I've been noticing, well, a lot of people saying this word, but where is this coming from? Where is this? What is the origin of this phrase? I have no idea what it is, so I'm very uncomfortable.
Stop overthinking, dude. Stop overthinking about that.
Stop overthinking about it. I don't know where it comes from, so I don't want to incorporate it, because, man, that. It'd just be really stupid. It's like if it was just someone experimenting, if somebody could pick up a phrase. Obviously it's not that, or I don't think it could be that. It's something that it could be, but it probably isn't. And I don't think it would be embarrassing to be a part of that experiment. It's like, okay, yeah, we will get done. But I think what's more concerning is that we can adopt speech very quickly, and then we don't even really understand where it came from. And that means that our conceptualization is sort of in a, Chinese whispers. I don't know if you know what Chinese whispers is. You probably have a different name.
The whisper room, like Chinese room thing. You put. Yeah. Oh, I was thinking about the Chinese room where you put you put in a thing. Okay, what's the Chinese whispers?
Wait, I don't know. Wait, maybe it is the Chinese room, because.
Don't worry about it. Wait, no, but Chinese whispers. Just explain to me what I mean.
Chinese whispers basically you have a long line of people that are whispering, and from the beginning.
Oh, like a telephone. Telephone.
Yeah, telephone. Yeah, yeah, that's what you call it over there. I just remembered now.
Oh.
Yeah, so yeah, when people because people don't know where it comes from. There is a potential game of Chinese whispers where there could be an incorrect application of this term, and that makes me think, okay, that's really uncomfortable to use something that isn't that I have no idea where it comes from. Now, obviously, a lot of our phrases just exist like this, but something that's it feels very artificial because it's very novel. I've never heard anyone ever talking about crashing out, but there was just one moment at the beginning of this year where crash out, crash out, crash out, crash out, crash out, crash out. What the fuck? Everyone is on this crash out. I don't know what it means, and it makes me uncomfortable. But it's not that important for crash out. It's a
general
remnant.
phenomenon.
What'd you say?
it's a more general phenomenon though. It's the adapt, and it's about synonyms, right? People think crashing out is synonymous with something, and they just like insert their own definition. But everyone's talking about a slightly different thing when they say crash out, right? And like
Right.
even familial life, like the definition between like, oh, my parents had a fight, those mean very different things
Very different
depending on your
things.
family dynamics, right? It could mean literally fighting. It could mean a protracted battle over which like literal like poison is deployed, or it could mean just a loud argument that was kind of I had to mute my mic over. You know, it can mean so many different things to people. So that's why the details are so important.
Yeah, I think it's a remnant of the sort of like the therapy talk becoming really popular, where
Yeah.
now a lot of people saying gaslight, I'm being gaslighted.
Narcissist.
Yeah, narcissist too. Yeah, Dank loves that narcissist one. That's what I have to say. What do you mean by that? I always ask that. Yes, schizo is one. I don't even really know what. Honestly, because I don't know what. If you say dementia, I have no idea what that means because I don't have family members that have dementia.
Yeah, versus Alzheimer's, like people kind of use those interchangeably, even though they're super different. Like they're not the same thing at all. Like
I have no idea what the difference is. I have no conceptualization of what any of these medical conditions are, just because I would know them from family members.
But you know what they're synonymous with? They're synonymous with memory loss.
Like
they're synonymous
loss,
with age, right?
Exactly.
And age,
That's it.
right? That's what people. But they just want different ways of saying the same things, and that's. But I gotta say, like with the overthinking thing, dude, I've been tricked so much by people. And I don't mean tricked in like a deliberate sense, but just that like fact of people not knowing what things mean. I'll hear people say they overthink, or I'll hear people say, I'm like, dude, same. And they'll be like, yeah, I'm always, and then I'll listen and I'll kind of like gulp and I'll kind of be like disappointed and I'll be like, yeah, dude, it's tough. I don't know. I get anxious too. You know? That's not overthinking. Anxiety is not overthinking. Nervousness and fear and rapid thoughts, these are not what overthinking is. Overthinking is a continual revisiting of the same problem to the point where you don't take action. Like you're overthinking because thinking is meant to take action. Thinking is meant to be connected to action. The lack of action is the overthinking. Overthinking is not a lot of thoughts, right? And I just realized, I'm like, damn, I'm so alienated from people because what they describe as a problem is just my daily existence. My daily existence is thinking a bunch of things in a bunch of different directions constantly. And whenever someone says something, I have a billion thoughts I want to say and I have to hold myself back. But yet they're describing that as like a problem I need to solve. I'm like, they're almost describing me as a problem. They're describing my like mental existence as a problem rather than my actual problem, which is that I don't use these thoughts to take action, right? But that's not what their problem is. And so I'll think I'm relating to someone, but then I'll be like, oh, they just, if they had my mindset, they would see, like, if they could see my mindset, they would think I'm a problem, essentially, if that makes sense. Because it's like, imagine if you describe someone for being so annoying. They're like, dude, they're so annoying. They talk about politics all the time. They're doing they just talk about surveillance for no reason and like consumerism as if it matters. And they're pretending as if consumerist tendencies apply across cultures. They're not even really thinking what they're saying. They're just yapping. Like, I would be like, damn, I'm getting called out.
It's a very misogynoir of you. That's a new term I've heard. Misogynoir.
I don't know what it means. Like, what does it mean? Like,
actually, this is not a new term. This is this is from the Chris Rock slap era. This is
the Will Smith thing. Yeah.
This will always be ingrained in my mind. So there was this streamer that existed at this time. I think he still may be around. He was called Chud Logic, but he didn't show his face at the time. And so he used an AI, or we call everything AI now, but he used a computer-generated image, or sort of like, what would you call it when it like maps onto you?
Oh yeah, the LiDAR thing, like the VTube thing.
Yeah, but the VTuber was
motion tracking.
Yeah, motion tracking. But the VTuber was I think I have the clip somewhere on my PC. But the VTuber was what you call it? It was not anime. It was just some like really weird poorly put together like Lego Man or something. It was not a Lego Man, but it was like Roblox adjacent or whatever. And he says something racist or something and then changes his character to black skinned.
That's really funny.
And then he goes, that was quite misogynoir. And so for the longest time I thought it was a meme term, but now being just more in touch with the feminine side of the internet, just hearing that unironically for the first time made me double check Wait, that wasn't a joke where he just uses a French word for the word black to to make misogyny against black women
Right.
more elaborate. That's an actual term that's used.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's misogyny against black women. Probably, I think I may have heard it in the context of usually these and this really triggers me. Something primal in me. So a lot of these are American women talking about I guess just
race relations.
I guess like different stratas of society, like race relations. So they'll go, you know, white women, you know, sort of I think there was this like Glass of Thrones, like weird like smart fantasy book that this woman was reviewing, and she was basically saying that it's a very white book, and the you know, white straight woman, and the feminism is hollow, and it doesn't even include, you know, perspectives from, you know
lived experience
women,
of et cetera, yeah.
you know, like different race perspectives of, you know, femininity from, you know, different races, right? And you know, part of the reason why it triggers me too is not the it's the identifying people through, you know, these set characteristics that I don't believe in. I don't believe in, you know, white, black. I think it's a very, very manufactured
construct. There's no genetic basis of it in like a literal way that
exactly
applies to anything
right.
in terms of behavior or personality. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly
100%.
right. Where, you know, Americans would, you know, classify me as black because my dad is from Nigeria, but my mom is she's Slovak, so she's pale skin, and my dad's dark skin. But yeah, I'd be put into this category of being black, and because this black category is, to me, it feels more of a social category that has a basis of from skin color, and people call it a racial category. So there's three different things happening there. It's based off of a skin color, but it's being signified as if it's a racial category. But then,
which is self-reflective of cultural truths and like lived realities that are like applicable to all of these people. Like they're all black. Like,
and there's a lot of social understanding based on, oh, this is just what people of black skin exhibit. So they'll go, oh, you know, likes chicken. And so I've dealt with stereotypes where people go, and I didn't even understand where these came from, because I was just really, my interest and my parents, or my mom, we didn't really discuss these things in terms of, you know, stereotypes, you know, what people say or anything like that. And I was the only child, very shut off from the world, engaging in, you know, my own world. I'm not watching, you know, the same TV shows. I was already on YouTube. You know, by the time of 2007, no, probably, yeah, 2007 when I was 5, 2006, 2007, I was already on YouTube, watching YouTube. The fuck? You think we're affording, you know, Sky Plus HD, which was I guess what we call cable. The fuck, I was watching YouTube for free. Are you fucking crazy? So, I remember when people would make fun of me because, I say make fun of me, this is very light mocking.
Call you mulatto. Like
mulatto.
Wings and stuff, call you mulatto.
I remember when he did that, yeah. When I would say
that didn't really hit
route,
you. That didn't fucking hit you hard. I don't think that didn't really affect you mentally that much, right?
No.
That was like, and that's
No.
because you don't relate to that. Like those it's like those don't even feel like
I don't even know what
insults
it
because you're like,
means.
you're not even talking about me, right? You're not like, that has no relationship with me at all, right? Like,
so I see, so when people say like white or whatever, or, you know, white, black, to me it's very American, because I understand why, just in terms of your culture is just a bit more segregated than ours, but also we're more cognizant of nationality in terms of, you don't say, you know, people just be talking shit on a Polish person or a Romanian person. It's very individualized, and I'm Nigerian. That's half of my cultural background, or, you know, ethnic background. It's not black. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I've never felt any, you know, let's say Black Lives Matter. I never felt any, and it is very, and this is why I say black. It's a very American term, because Black Lives Matter just meant African American
Stop
lives.
killing poor black people. Yeah.
But it was in a very, it was African American, or people that are, you know, of African heritage in America. You're not talking about the fucking, you know, miners, you know, in, you know, Africa that are being exploited for,
Yeah,
you know,
cobalt,
minimum,
right.
yeah, you don't give a fuck about any of that. You care about, you know, a very specific group, but they're called black, and there's a weird confusion of, I would also be called black, but I'm not in that cultural group. Or the people from Africa would be called black, but they're not part of that group. That's actually a very specific group that I think is just American.
Like my stereotype of like Nigerian immigrant people is like you guys are basically like the Chinese people of like Africa. Like you're like hyper strict parents, like kind of like fucking like achievement maxing, fucking like kind of hyper westernized type thing. Like that's my stereotype. It's like essentially like a fucking super strict like I'll fucking beat you with a belt, but also like you better be a doctor. Like that's my mental stereotype of like a Nigerian immigrant, just to say. Like that's like my
I have no conceptualization because I definitely don't fit into any sort of norm when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But from what from statistically, I'm pretty sure, I think this was an American statistic that Nigerian immigrants were the highest performing.
That's what I'm saying. They're super fucking like when I have a doctor and I notice that they're not, I'm like, let's go. Like if they're like Nigerian or like or like from India, I'm like, let's fucking go. Yeah. No, I had a Nigerian doctor. I'm like, this guy's awesome. I'm like,
I'd have so many of them. And they would go, oh, Igbo. That's my it's funny because I find out because I don't live with my I don't live with my dad. I don't care. Yeah, I have no connection. But my dad was very from what my mom told me, he was very much oh yeah, education is really important. You need to go to university. He sent my mom through university while I live with my grandparents in Slovakia. Because he really valued that, so it's really funny because that's kind of true. Very much valued, you know, that high performance, you know, education. I've met a lot of Nigerian doctors that are sort of elucidating, you know, my ethnic heritage. That's an Igbo name, middle name that you have, which is
right.
But
even then, I mean, that's a great example of like literally that is, but like in terms of your actual experience in life, like that you don't feel like, man, like I'm gonna go to Nigeria and meet my people. Like I'm gonna go, like you're much closer to Slovakia. You're much closer to like, and like, but that's the thing, right? It's like people will have these categories that just don't mean the same thing, and then you're like, are we talking about the same thing? Like, are we saying like?
And that's what, and because America is just so dominant culturally now, that it's very much gets spread to other groups where you hear British people now talk about, you know, oh, that's white, that's black. I remember I was talking to EXE and I was talking about blackness because of LTG. And he just brought up an anecdote where, oh yeah, you know, I had you know, these, you know, black people in you know, I think these were the only black people in my school, and I said to him, they're not black. They're not black. And he was saying, oh yeah, you know, I know, you know, they're not whatever. But I'm trying to tell him that we were talking about African Americans, specifically African Americans.
Right.
And LTG's sort of relation to African Americans. And the ROG stereotype being, you know, well, not ROG stereotype, but the ROG sort of phrase being an amalgamation of negative African American traits and stereotypes.
Yeah.
And him bringing up that, oh yeah, these other dark skinned people, he saw them as, you know, black. And I was saying, no, that's not the. He's connecting as in, I think it was that I was saying that I wouldn't speak on a culture that I don't understand because I don't interact with these people. And he was saying that, you know, the only black people he's interacted with is in his school. And I'm saying, no, I'm saying I wouldn't talk shit on African American culture to like a high extent. But why are you now bringing up people that are not even part of that culture? They're from the UK, in Cumbria. They're not part of that African American culture. So it's really weird how you would use that as sort of, oh,
and except that they're fucking posers. They would be posers because they're like they are so disconnected. They'd be living out a media version of like a you know, I mean, the actual black experience is not a glamorous net, like especially the like, you know, poverty ones. Like it's a lot of just, you know, try to not die kind of stuff. It's a, and that's poverty in general. It's like avoiding danger. It's like, being close with people around you so you can support each other, like being involved in criminality to the extent that it gives your community an advantage. Like it's just a typical like impoverished immigrant ghettoized experience. But like people who then kind of get into the rap valorization of it in the UK who are trying to like fucking pretend to do like, that is so cringe of them if that's true. But then also if that's not what's happening, you're just stereotyping incorrectly. You're just like imposing a fake understanding based on a media representation of people that have the same skin color. Like it's it's insane, right? When you think about it.
That's always going to perpetually trigger me when people say.
But think about this with reading. Like when people say, "Oh yeah, I'm into reading," right? Like what does that mean?
Yeah,
that can mean they're into buying books.
Well,
When someone's like, "I'm into makeup." When I was like, dude, yeah, you should own no books. That's what because I've been on this so much with people, like in terms of, I mean, I've gone pretty deep on this. I'll throw this out there too. Books, the book industry itself is like one of the top 5 producers of carbon emissions, and that's because of and they cut down around like 38 million trees a year to produce these books. So from an environmentalist perspective, it's kind of insane that no one makes these critiques. But in terms of shipping these books, processing the paper, the chemicals they use to make trees into paper are dumped in local communities, and the emissions are fucking like causing asthma in people like that are like around these factories. The paper is shipped from Canada to Japan to America. It's like shipped all around. It's processed in different places. The actual like the oil and gas used to do all this stuff, like when you add it all up, even book industry publications and studies done and funded by the book industry have them as like a top 3, top 5 carbon emission producer, right? So I've gotten pretty into this. I used to make a joke about no books 2025. I'm like, fuck books, fuck reading, no books. Like I was kind of going the opposite, because obviously I value reading a ton. I read a ton of stuff, right? But it's more, it's like when people say they like reading, I've had to learn that we're not talking about the same shit necessarily. Like we're not, like when people say black, you're not talking about the same shit. You're just not.
Yeah,
like these are but isn't it so interesting how conversations can go on so long with people talking past each other, not even realizing they use different definitions of like what it means to do something or what it means to be a certain thing. Like it's so easy to just passively be like, oh yeah, reading, yeah, like I sometimes I take those comic books out of those sleeves that I have them encased in.
Oh yeah,
it's like, is that what reading is?
Like, that's not what I'm talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about at all. It's like, and so, but everyone wants to feel like, oh yeah, well, we totally get each other. And it's like, they don't even want to take the time to define the kind of point of discussion.
Yeah. I think having your own classifications, at least to me, I think that's really important. I like having my own classifications.
And also like making sure that people are on the same page with that and not just being like, like another one is small talk. Like people are always, you'll ask someone about, like, if you ask someone about what small talk is, they're like, dude, fucking small talk. You know what I hate? I hate small talk. And I was like, dude, let's go. This is the time to talk to this person. Like, this person doesn't like small talk either. Their definition of small talk is almost strictly like asking about the weather to a person at a gas station. Like, that's what they think small talk is. It's like the simple ask. Small talk is basically any conversation that is meant to strictly fill time. So small talk as a phenomena is able to stretch from, you're at a bus stop, you need to wait. I mean, you don't know when the bus is going to come. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 10 minutes. Small talk is the set of conversations you have in that 5 to 10 minute range where you are not going to be talking about anything that could really fucking blow up. Like, you're not going to really talk about something that could change the fact that you're both waiting at the bus. Right? You're both going to wait at the bus. You're both going to get on the bus. Nothing you're going to say is going to interfere with that fact. And it needs to take up either 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It's the amount of time you spend when you're waiting for the, doors to open up at school, and what you talk about and what you catch up on while you wait for this uncertain thing to happen. At the end of the day, when you finish your work and you're chilling with your coworker, you got about maybe 20, 25 minutes left. That's when small talk happens. Small talk is a flexible set of conversational dynamics meant to take up the time that you have to wait till the next thing.
Interesting.
Right now, the conversation we're having could not have been done in small talk because we're both assuming we're going to talk until what we've said and what we've engaged with stops being worth engaging. We're not just waiting for something to happen and then going. Because if we did, that would limit our scope of conversation. We couldn't talk about things in depth. If we were both waiting, if I'm like, oh man, I'm going to leave in 5 minutes, that totally changes the type of things we can talk about. And so that's what small talk is. Small talk is everyone just thinks that it's asking about the weather or asking about something basic, but they don't realize that that is a type of small talk, but it's the most obvious version where you're filling 30 seconds where you're checking out at the grocery store. Yeah, how you doing today? I'm doing good. How about you? I'm doing great. That is a conversation template that is meant to fill the time it takes to scan the items, pay the bill, and leave. So it's a type of small talk, but it's a situational type. Actual small talk is more the generalized practice of the conversation being irrelevant. You're just saying it to pass time or to get something out of a person. So for example, if you go to ask someone for help, small talk is the set of expected questions of, hey, how you doing? I know your kid is going, oh, hey, I'm gonna need you to work a little later on this. It's this kind of way of blunting an actual request. So again, it's about it being transactional. It's not, the conversation is not relevant. What is said is not relevant. It's simply expected to be said to pass time because silence is more awkward than blabber.
Also, that's one thing that's probably one time recently. It's not recent. It's probably over my whole life that I've actually failed to define. I've never. It's nice that you had a ready definition of small talk, because I would have just said, oh yeah, it's just talking about the weather or anything like that. I like your definition a lot better because it is a lot more well thought out and encompassing of a dynamic that people engage in that is very vapid. And now that I just had so many moments pop into my head about all the, oh wait, there are so many conversations that I didn't hear. And one thing that I thought of, that encompasses all these conversations is a lack of continuity, where the conversation doesn't exist outside of that one frame. It doesn't move on to, oh yeah, we were talking about this, so should we continue the conversation? I remember you brought up this, and this, and this.
Right.
There is no continuity there.
And on either side, no one is continuing the conversation mentally, because if it's a conversation worth having, if it's a set of thoughts worth discussing, people leave the conversation and continue it mentally, right? That continuity, I think, to me, shows whether the participants felt value in it, rather than, also, is this snooker?
Oh, this is Will.
Billiards. Gotcha.
Demons. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this is Demons. The guy in the hat with the blue glove.
WIMA?
Yeah. Will Matheson, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yes, that is. That is so sick.
Yeah, he sent me this thing yesterday.
I love that so much. That's so sick. Thank dude. What the fuck? That's so random.
Yeah, he's just being. Oh yeah, and it says, "Look, shout out Fleur." You see that?
Yeah.
Up the scoreboard. Yeah.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah, so he's in a pool club and he can just stream from. I think there's something on the wall, he said, and he can just stream from that. Stream a game. So he's playing with this guy, and he was typing in my DMs that he's pissed off at this guy. I think he lost the first two sets that they played on stream, and then he went focus mode, then he streamed the rest of the games, and then they were doing money matches. So he loves doing money matches for when he plays pool. So he made, I think, $80 in this one session.
Really?
Yeah. He sent me a picture of this guy, the Alex guy, with his wallet completely empty. Oh yeah, that was a big win. And he lost. It was, he lost this set 2-3, so it was very close, and he lost the other one 4-5. So yeah. I think the Alex guy reverse sweep this one. I think Will went up 2-0. I got no round brown. Reverse no round brown. So yeah.
That's so funny.
I just found this in my history because I was looking at the videos that you the videos that I was talking about in terms of the video titles, and I found this because I was watching this.
That is so funny. I love that he shouted you out in that. That's so sick.
Yeah, I think it's it will show the description. So the description is shout out Fleur, and it
Gotcha.
puts
Okay,
the
so wait,
description.
you can set it. You can there's a way to just click auto stream and it just goes.
Yeah, I think so. That's the way he
That's
described it
sick.
to me. It's probably a little bit more complicated than that, but
That's actually really cool. I didn't know that.
yeah. So yeah,
Yeah, like, but I think it's irrelevant. I think that's the whole. I think no. I think you hit the nail on the head in terms. The lack of continuity of the conversation is what's key. It's very segmented. It's very much like a temporary thing. And I would say that if you stretch that concept to larger points, I would say that you could see the ways in which, like, why, we were so autistic about making fun of like zombie conversation, because that can be like the continuity can exist, but in ways that are still vapid. You can engage with someone in a way on the topic that is still in a small talk way, even if the conversation continues. Like, I can think about the fact that I'm pissed that someone else got a zombie round that I didn't get. I can think about that outside of the conversation. It can continue in my head, but fundamentally, it's a type of conversation that's still small talk because we're only talking as long as it takes for both of us to keep playing zombies. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you think about small talk, it's more a flexible type of conversations that are safe to discuss with people. It means that so many things are small talk, regardless of if the conversation is short. Because again, but this is, and by the way, the idea of it's just about the weather, that's how every paper or book that talks about small talk starts, is people think it's just this. It's actually more than that.
That was a good shot.
Really good shot.
I was very surprised there on the ball trajectory. I was thinking he's going to fire the red ball into the yellow striped ball. So the yellow striped ball goes into the hole, and then he positions the red ball to be in a favorable spot. But instead, the red ball went, and I didn't think the trajectory would work like that. He's got a very good understanding.
I can't believe he did scratch too. That was really fucking sick.
Oh
wait, I gotta go back.
Yes, go here. I'm back.
Oh, another thing I was thinking though is so like my mom, she hates small talk too. Oh, she hates small talk too. But what that means is that she's like, so when we're at the pharmacy and someone asks, "How you doing?" She responds as if that's an actual question that actually is asking her what she like, how she is and what's going on in her life. And so like if something's bad, she'll say. If she just did something that was cool that she likes, like goes camping, goes to the beach, she'll say that. She'll recommend it to people she thinks has that. She treats them like actual people asking actual questions. And people like the advantages of that. Like she's not doing it for the advantages, but like it has so many advantages because now she's seen as a person by the pharmacist. And as a result, when we get our prescriptions filled, like usually you have to call in and be like, yo, did you get this? My doctor sent it over. Here it is. That person sucks.
Yeah,
He totally blew it there. That's so funny. How did he do that? That was so funny. But as a result of my mom making these connections, it gets autofilled. They'll recognize our names on the prescription and know us and do it for us. And they treat us like actual people. And like she has continuing conversations with them. She's learned about the daughter of this woman, about the family dynamics. She has conversations about like ICE raids because some of this woman's family members are like, hit like immigrants. And so she'll have conversations with them about like political topics. I think that's like that way of dealing with it, of being like, oh, people say they hate small talk. Okay, I hate small talk too. I'll just treat as if you're actually asking and you're not just like, oh, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. Be like, oh, here's what's actually going on with me. Here's actually, I'm not doing good. Here's why, you know? And like that kind of way is like, okay, that's a person who actually doesn't like small talk and they actually want to deal with it. Whereas a lot of times when I'd hear people say they don't like small talk, what that means is like, dude, it's so annoying. You have to pretend to care when the waiter comes over. Like,
wow,
that's a completely different level of what it means to not like small talk, right? You're not talking about the same thing. And again, I get value out of a person like my mom actually engaging with and thinking about what it means to not like small talk, and then living a way that actually takes that
it's
seriously.
no longer venting, it's confronting.
Yeah, and exactly. It's not a, oh my God, it's so annoying. It's like, oh, here's actually ways I can operate in a world that deals with this problem and makes things better. And then again, she wasn't doing it for these reasons, but there's a ton of fucking benefits to being seen as a person and not just like a fucking another customer number, and like humanizing yourself and like connecting with people. Like there's a lot of benefits to that you don't even think about, but like show up, you know?
Wow, I always thought of myself as the one that is always the confronter. I mean, I don't even bend about small talk, so I guess it doesn't really apply to me. But in my own head, I talk to myself, and immediately I go, "Oh yeah, I don't like small talk." But what? I didn't even see that as a problem for me to overcome. What the fuck?
Right.
That's insane. But also, I just thought, wait, maybe I need to give myself more credit, because the fact that I'm thinking about goes back to the seasonal depression thing that you're talking about. I'm thinking in terms of, it's also a part of my identity to also not like small talk. And a lot of the way people see themselves is, oh, I don't like small talk. It's not, you're not venting a problem. You're talking about a trait that describes you. You're describing yourself to somebody else so they can understand who you are. You actually
Which a lot of times it's fake. It's fake. It's usually like, oh, I don't like small talk because I'm just a deep kind of guy. You know, it's like often very self-aggrandizing, right? Anyway, sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt.
And the whole winter thing, for me, it is a part of the way I see myself is I really like the summer. And so the winter is something that is in opposition to that. It's in opposition to me enjoying the summer. It looks different. It's one of those, I remember talking to Trickies about this, where he would, in Fortnite, gradually the POIs would change, and they would change quite drastically, but I don't think it's to the extent where this doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter that the POI has changed to this degree, because the core essence of the game is still the same, and the other POIs are unchanged, so I can engage in the game in the same way. I don't need to constantly rag on that, Kevin the Cube is now in, Loot Lake. Yeah, the dynamic of the area is different and I don't like it, but I don't need to talk about it profusely. But he did. It's a really big part of the way he engaged in the game was, we go back on Fortnite OG, and then Kevin the Cube is there, and then now he always has to talk about it. But I noticed that other parts of his personality sort of confirmed the way I view him, his sort of relationship with the whole hatred of the Kevin the Cube thing, which is he started playing Fortnite when it came out. You know, he played in season
Right,
0 or
identity.
whatever.
Yeah, right.
So it's a big part of the identity. So him shitting on the game changing is, even though really it's not that big of a deal, the other aspects of the game in terms of if we get an aggregate of the game, 99% of the game is virtually exactly the same as it was before. It's this aspect that you don't like really doesn't matter. Really isn't that important to the point to rag about it every time. We don't need to have a conversation about this every time. I get it. I get it. It's not as good. And so the whole summer thing, I like the sun. The sun is a big part of my identity, and obviously a lot of it is just going to be, you know, with the whole lamp thing that you were talking about. But also,
I know what you're saying though. It's a comment on your relationship to summer more as a comment on winter, especially now when it's not winter, it's summer, right?
It's bliss.
You're like appreciating. You're appreciating the summer. You're like, man, I love this so much, and thank God it's not winter. It's like you're getting more out of the experience of summer almost. By talking about it, rather than it being like you're actually trying to solve that specific problem kind of thing.
Right. And I never, or until I guess this is a latent thought that I had that just started gaining more material in the past week or two.
Ooh.
Where, oh, wait, maybe this is something I could overcome. I think it was something in terms of, I was probably thinking of some hypocrisy in my own head in terms of I was probably being a hypocrite in this conversation, you know. And somehow I got into the thought process of maybe this is something I need to overcome.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I actually am, you know what, maybe I need to give myself credit for actually thinking like that after thinking for you know, a few years. That I just hate
Random
this.
question, what are you eating?
What'd you say?
Random question, what are you eating?
I'm eating a failed cake that I tried to make for my mum's birthday. An embarrassing attempt at trying to make a sponge cake, and I wasted all of my eggs, all 12 of my eggs trying to make it. I failed to make the eggs foam. I have no idea why they weren't foaming. I wonder if it's the heat that fucked it up, but I was also trying to make it in a different way. And maybe that's why, but I've never failed at making a cake in this way before. And this sometimes just happens to me where the eggs just fail to foam. They'll just get into this half foam state, and they just won't foam. I don't
like
know
the
why.
peaks or whatever. Like what are you looking for? Because I know with like.
So you want to get eggs. This time I was just only doing it with the egg whites. I want them. I want to put my whisk in, and I want them to. I want to start whisking until they get foamy thick, like cream. Maybe not as creamy, but it's very fluffy sort of cream.
Like a mountain peak kind of rising up, like you could pull the thing up and it raises.
If I pull it up, it you know, it falls over, but it doesn't fall into the mixture. It's still very defined, like the peak. It's like a mountain, you know, fell down to the ground, or a spire fell down to the ground. It's very much keeps its definition. So that's the thickness I want. And I wasn't getting it. It just wasn't foaming for some reason. I have no idea why it was that. I have techniques to make it foam, and actually, I somehow managed to salvage 3 of the eggs. So I ended up making a short. I just realized a short cake is actually a type of cake, but just a short in stature cake. And I also didn't have enough cream. I didn't realize I used more cream. Or somebody took my cream because it didn't have enough cream to cover the whole cake. So no bueno, but at least it tastes nice. So I care about.
Do you think that now is the time where you can like use the opportunity of leaving Zoo to reevaluate like the way you want to exist and relate to people online? Like, do you think, because like that's kind of what I wasn't you know, I wasn't sure. I mean, that's kind of a lot of what we've been talking about, but
Mhm.
when you left, I was figuring, okay, well, again, like I knew it wasn't like you had an argument. I knew it would be like you aren't arguing enough. Like it's just like just knowing you, I know that would be the more of the problem. But I also figured it'd be like, well, maybe you're reevaluating like who you want to be around in a larger sense in terms of, you know, I see people different. I see these people differently now, and I don't like what I'm seeing necessarily or something. And so I was kind of curious, like what do you think you would be like looking for? Like how would you be you know, it's a lot of work, but like what do you think were some things that you would because I mean, like for example, affirmed, like
Mhm.
dude just did not talk enough. He did
Mhm.
not I always felt so bad. I was like, I want him to talk more. I want him to share more,
Mhm.
but I don't know how to get him to do that when he just never like I can't include him because I don't even know enough to include him. Like I don't even know
That was a good shot.
was it Sean? But you know what I mean? Like it was like I
Yeah.
don't know like that's so I don't know. Like what do you think about this? Like kind of go more back to
I
Taylor,
heard
but
that Affirmed doesn't talk acutely. It's acute with me around. So, um, maybe I just have more of a, in terms of fear of being judged, more of an overbearing personality where he fears that's possibly the case, or possibly could be the case. Because I do judge the way people spend their time. I absolutely have, critically judged other people in the server. Some have left, or some, don't give a given off of a fuck, or we've gotten over any of those problems. But yeah, I have been problem with thinking with yourself is that really good to have another person's opinion on how I already interact with other people. But I
right.
already have a good enough evaluation of, yeah, I've probably made a bunch of mistakes in terms of the way I engage with people, in terms of the things that I've let slide, but also the things that I've let slip, or the way I've let them slip, in terms of, yeah, I probably could have packaged that a little bit better. But also, um, yeah, I'll give an example. Let's say, um, it's, this is definitely it's really hard because I don't even know. It's like, is this my problem, or is this a problem with this person? And it's definitely it's probably somewhere, it exists somewhere in the spectrum in the middle. And I'm gonna say it's more on this guy's side. It was with Yezi. I've definitely had a lot of problems with Yezi, but it's more of him having problems with me. But he doesn't. And I'm a very harsh person, so I understand why he doesn't feel comfortable to talk about his problems, because he would have to get vulnerable with the person who's causing him, some sort of anxiety. And so I can see how that's really hard. But for me, I'm that dullard who I will treat him the same way because he's older than me. I'll treat him the same way as I treat Dank, where I'm just gonna be really fucking harsh. I'm just gonna be really tough. But he's more of an EXE. He's in terms of, he is definitely mentally delayed or emotionally delayed. I don't know. Mentally delayed sounds like I'm calling him, in terms of he can't do
Can't
retarded,
shit
right?
on his own. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean in terms of the way he engages in emotional relationships are stunted. He doesn't know how to communicate in a way where he elucidates how he feels about somebody saying something nasty to him. He doesn't have that humility.
Right.
And that is hard for me because if you don't say something outright, yeah, there are signs I can tell where you're not where you're not feeling good. But if you're trying to go against those signs or trying to hide those signs as much as possible, it really it goes really hard for me, especially because I'm not going to be paying attention to all the small subtle signs somebody's giving off when I'm in a conversation in a VC with a bunch of different people and I'm managing conversations, multiple conversations. I'm not going to be
Right.
managing your because you're also deliberately trying to hide it. So it's really hard for me.
Exactly.
So I'm really confused how to approach that person if I ever probably will never end up speaking to that person again. And I think that's probably for the best because, and I said this to EXE over and over again, probably not the best for Yezi to be interacting with the both of us, but specifically me, because I am blunt and I am critical. I will make you when you question something core to somebody's personality, it does shake them a little bit.
Yeah.
And he was shiny hunting, and I said, this is a waste. Now, I am the most knowledgeable Pokemon person I know. I am that, the authority. So he's coming into my domain. Now, I never presented myself as, I am the Pokemon guy, because he wasn't engaging. He was engaging in the games casually, and in terms of playing through the games for the first time. And I didn't want to be that guy. I was probably withdrawing myself from being the person where I go, oh yeah, this is what you do, this is what you do, because that will
taint their experience. It'll change
their experience. Yeah. And I don't know if that way is for the best. I think it's just experience the game from your own perspective, because I'm worried that if I give my perspective on the game, then you end up, I basically made a clone of myself, and now you don't have your own opinions.
And you pre-program them to observe things that you've already observed, and
exactly. So didn't want to do that. So he was playing Pokemon for the first time, and he ended up getting into shiny hunting. Now, I understand Yezi had a lot of problems when he started playing zombies with the RNG aspect of the game, and so seeing him dive into an RNG aspect of Pokemon. And Pokemon is just RNG. If you play Pokemon competitively, it's RNG. But the way competitive Pokemon is RNG is in the same way zombies is RNG, where it's nowhere near as RNG is in zombies, but it's something that RNG can be overcome. And obviously, if you're doing the way tournaments work is that you're doing multiple games. You're not just doing a best of one. Best of ones are basically considered absurd. You're playing multiple games to decide who's the best. You're playing in sets rather than a single game, and because of that, it diminishes the effect RNG has. It doesn't eliminate it, but it diminishes. So just imagine, you do a first to 5 of you playing, rounds 1 to 50 speed.
Right.
You can't pause. You can't pause your time or anything. You probably, my guess is that they're probably
average.
You would find the RNG aspect would mean less than if you just played one game of that.
Of course, yeah.
But because there is a lot of skill, or it is mostly skill, there are consistent players that win. I value that. I value that as a pursuit. But what he's doing is he's doing this collective thing. And actually, this is where my disdain for collection comes from. It's nice that I can actually link it to this. So basically, what
it's all
doing,
connected,
right? It's all connected. So basically,
it is. I know.
It's when you show me the comic books being hidden behind a
slab. They call them slabs.
Right? This is what shiny hunting is. So basically, there's a PC in Pokemon. I don't know if you played Pokemon before.
No.
The PC is where you store your Pokemon, so you can only have 6 on your team, and the rest go into your PC. Now, there's this observation that I've had, and a lot of people have had this before too, where it's not, it's how you just catch a Pokemon and it just goes into your PC. It basically is sent into digital form into your PC to be, and you sort of interface with that Pokemon through a picture on a machine, on the PC in game, and it's a very and you see them lined up next to other Pokemon that you've caught, and it looks like and depending on the way you interact with the Pokemon, it shows you a lot on the
philosophy and like how they play the game.
Exactly. And so if you look at my boxes on my Pokemon, I never did the let's catch them all, which is basically you doing a slave hunter game of I actually never did. That was just the catchphrase for the original Pokemon.
Where I heard them say that shit all the time. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they
what I was,
said
yeah,
catch 'em
yeah.
all,
You,
but
you
he
never
never
did it. Yeah.
Yeah, he never
Gotta
caught
catch
them
them
all.
all,
He
Pokemon.
was definitely he definitely had the philosophy of I actually give a fuck about all these Pokemon. He would have when he would bring up Mons from like the first generation, and he's in the fourth generation. That's fucking hype because he's not bringing a random Pokemon from his PC. It's like we've had adventures with these Pokemon before. It's very rewarding to see these Pokemon come back.
Right.
So going back to the shiny hunting thing, it's hunting as trophy hunting is, where you try and get I'm gonna get the head of a lion. I'm gonna hunt a lion and then get a head of a lion and put it on a wall. That's exactly 1-to-1 what they're doing. They're showing off a Pokemon, but they're doing one more thing. So there's a rare chance for you to get a shiny Pokemon, and so they're restarting the game over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's the RNG element.
Right, the gambling element.
They will do up to like 10,000 restarts.
Jesus.
Dank has videos on shiny hunting actually. Like they call them SR soft resets, where they're resetting. Actually, I'll just show you.
Yeah, show me. What the fuck?
SRs soft resets. With a number. 3,749. There's some that
oh
go
my fucking
over
god.
10K. It's
how much okay, so how much time is one restart if we're generalizing? Like what does it mean to have one?
We can
like what does one restart mean?
It's
like how far in are you getting before you restart?
It's very depending on what
if you're going for a shiny Mewtwo, how far in do you have to go to get a chance at a shiny Mewtwo, and then how long does it take to restart kind of thing?
Welcome back to a brand new hunt, and today
you have to get this is the end of the game, but this is the post game dungeon of the game. So you just see Mewtwo appear, reset, and then you have to go through the intro of the game. I don't know if you sped that up. You might be playing on emulator. So this is an already
oh my god
save file. You have to do
so that's how long it takes.
Over and over again, and it's
3,749 times.
Yeah.
This is worse than buried Easter egg speedruns.
So.
By the way, if you watch those, it's pretty similar. Anyway, sorry.
No, I don't. And this is. Now, I like Pokemon a lot. Dude, I know a lot about Pokemon. There are these things that me and Galactic like to engage in called Pokemon ciphers, and they've been it's made by this guy called Shofu, and these are very high production. Jesus, these are very high production. I guess like a rap.
It's like Epic Rap Battles of History, but Pokemon.
I don't know what Epic Rap. Well, I know what it is, but I've actually never seen it, so I can't do.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
Comparison, but they're just rapping about Pokemon, but the references are so esoteric that if you weren't playing this game for 2 decades, you just don't understand what they're saying. It's complete like a kid Pokemon fan would listen to this. They do not understand anything. It's so esoteric what they're saying. It's triple, quadruple entendres that you wouldn't expect. They're not even really saying the Pokemon names. They're referencing the Pokemon through different things, and you go, oh, he's talking about a Pearl, and you drop dead because the Pearl dropped. Oh, he's talking about a Grumpig because not Grumpig, a Spoink, because Spoinks die if they drop their Pearl. It's just and you don't know that if you read a Pokédex entry, because that's not a mechanic in the game or anything. That's just a Pokédex entry that exists in 2 versions of the game. So it's that esoteric, and I don't get all of these, but I get a lot of these because I've played the game so long. I've seen so many fact videos on these games that I understand to a degree on what they're saying. I have to listen to it over months to get more of these references, and so that's my engagement with Pokemon. I'm very deep into Pokemon.
And yet you're still critical of the shiny hunters because it's like
That makes me more
the
critical of
opposite.
them.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah, it sounds like it because it almost sounds like this cipher's like, and I'll just say as a little pun myself, like ciphers being something you have to decode, right? And then also being a rap, kind of a term for rap, like, you know, like off dome kind of thing. So I think that's pretty good. But it's like it almost like it rewards your attention and your knowledge base that you've built up by being a player for so much, like paying attention to the bars and the lyrics. It rewards your attention. Shiny hunting almost seems like it's the murdering of your attention. It's there is no, it could be anything. It could be any, like, it could be almost any game. What that process I just saw, that could be any game. That's not even Pokemon specifically. That restart strategy, right?
Yeah, it's brain dead, and that's what I was saying. It's not something that's even meant to be optimized. It's just it's
that's the longest playlist I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's just doing this
1,000.
And look at the box. It's just like a repeat of the same Pokemon over and over and over and over and over again. Do you want to release the Pokemon? It's just releasing the Pokemon. Like they're nothing. What the fuck? I can never imagine doing that. Like, all my Pokemon is all Pokemon I give a fuck about that I've used at some point in my journey.
But what's crazy about it's like, okay, let's say you're doing first box restarts on Shang. Like, you're gonna, the point is to get a game going that actually is fun and interesting and exciting and challenging and difficult. Like Shiny Hunting, it's purely aesthetic from what I'm saying. It's purely display focused. It's about having it's like you're restarting for aesthetics. You're not even restarting for a game condition that allows the game to get going. Like, you know, we've talked about this with Trade Track before. It's like Trade Track gets fun like 95, 100 plus because you actually can trade like reliably. You don't have to worry about like running out of box hits and dog rounds happening. Like the game starts to get fun at that point. And so that's the reward for the restarting is the game starting to get really fun and like engaging. This is not that. This is the opposite of that. This is the game not actually changing at all, regardless of what you get.
Yeah,
and if you fucking doing shitty mechanics to get it.
Yeah, it's
this is what he's doing.
It looks really different. So this is the newest Pokemon game. It looks really different because this is not.
Yeah.
So Pokemon X, this was what, 2013. I don't know what you do. The mechanics are different in different Pokemon games depending on also what you're trying to hunt. Let me actually skip into the live stream. I think it shows. It's just you watching the same, and Pokemon is really conservative in terms of having just, oh, you know, we need to have, you know, this bar that comes out on the side to show that this Pokemon's getting intimidated, and you can't skip any of these animations. It's a very superfluous. So you're watching a whole bunch of this.
Animation.
Yeah, and you you can play both games at the same time because a lot of it is just dead air. So this is not
like
something.
What'd you say? It's almost like how when poker players have like fucking 8 games going at once, waiting because you know like you only play certain good hands, and so it's like they're shiny hunting like 6 at once. Like that's crazy.
Yeah. And so I'm a big fan of Pokemon. So when people engage in the most vapid aspects of the game, when I know that there are so many rewarding aspects of the game to engage in that are really cool and really fun, and that you can engage in. You could go and try and beat the Battle Frontier, which is really difficult, really tough, really fun challenge, and it's about catching different Pokemon. I mean, you can do it with one theme. There's a whole, I don't know if you know who Worcester is, but big Pokemon speedrunner who roots his own. A lot of the reward he gets is rooting his own speedruns. And he did this 20-hour speedrun. He sort of saw it as an ultimate challenge from when he was as a kid, so he went for this speedrun. Actually, I've got a Japanese. There's a Japanese runner that did a 17-hour of this run, but it's split by region. So English people don't compete with Japanese because, I mean, who the fuck is reading these squiggly lines if you don't understand Japanese? So I just use this for reading practice. I read the you know what they're talking about, and because I know what Pokemon is, I know I can make inferences on actually what they're talking about. I have the context. So this speed run, as you can see, you know, they're 7 hours into the run and it's a 17-hour run, and the real run starts is that there are these facilities that you have to conquer in this game called Pokemon Emerald, which is a game that Yezi has played. And so I remember him saying, oh, you know, I want to go and beat the Battle Frontier. And I was like, oh yeah, no, that's a really rewarding challenge. It's really tough. It's really fun because you have to now, it's no longer just, when you play Pokemon, it's made for 3-year-olds. It's so easy. You can just spam one button. It's sort of match the correct types, or the correct colors together. Oh, water? Okay, so I need to get yellow. Okay, to get the yellow looking Pokemons, because they do electric moves, and that is super effective against water. Battle Frontier? Oh no, it's your EV training, and you're getting the correct IVs on the Pokemon, so those are individual values, and you can have 31 in each stat, and you want to max them out to 31 on all the stats. These are hidden mechanics in the game, so ROM hacks will show you what these are. I usually play in ROM hacks, which are like custom stories where people make their own stories of Pokemon, but in the original games, they don't, and so people have to... people can calculate what IVs are on Pokemon, and then there are EVs, which are effort values, and you can have, I think, like 508 on each Pokemon, but only 252 on each stat. So
holy shit,
you're basically building your own custom Pokemon by investing into particular stats. So you can invest into particular stats by so you're abusing these like very esoteric hidden mechanics, and from by raising your effort values, you have to kill particular Pokemon that drop those effort values, and this is all done under the hood. Your game will never tell you you're doing this. You will have no idea that you're doing this. These are very hidden mechanics, but they exist. They're a cornerstone of competitive Pokemon, so I know about these mechanics. And so in these speed runs, they actually spend a shit ton of time building the team, because you are not beating this facility if you don't build a team. Versus in the if you want to beat the regular game, they just choose the first Pokemon that you get and use that Pokemon all the way to the end.
Right.
Now there are some cases, so the
Probably
one that
details
TTS
of that,
speed
too.
runs. What'd you say?
Probably some details with that in terms of which Pokemon they use, like the when they have to get it, like how they have to build it in a certain way for optimal speed. But yeah, it's just getting one and then kind of using that the whole game, right? You're saying?
Yeah, you can't do that with this. You don't get any experience. Everyone is the same level as you, and so it's made to be really hard. You have to really focus on building your team, even in the speed run. But obviously, in the speed run, you're gonna build like an all trade sort of team that can battle all 7 facilities. Some of these facilities are so absurd, and so sometimes they will you get points from beating each of the facilities, and after you beat each of the facilities, you can use these points to buy very particular the particular moves that are very strong. They're competitive moves, and so they'll route it particularly, so they'll do let's like 4 facilities, and then they have enough points to buy a move on a Pokemon, and then they'll change that move because it's needed for a particular facility. So they'll route it to a very optimized degree. It's very particular, and it's very interesting to watch. The speedrun is so fun to watch. I sometimes throw it in the background and sort of have it as some continuation that, oh, I'm doing something that's really mundane, and so I'm just going to put it on in the corner and watch it, because I'm not watching a 17-hour speedrun all at once. Right.
Yeah.
So I segment it, right? It's really fun to watch. It's really interesting to see how they route it, and it's the best parts of Pokemon. You're engaging in so many parts of the Pokemon. You're engaging in the competitive team building part, which is you're focusing on the effort values and the IVs. So they're basically IVs, genetic. EVs are basically you're training particular parts of your Pokemon. I'm gonna kill Pokemon like
these in this way to get them to drop that. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So
it's strategic building, and like it's like tactical, and then sorry, keep going.
It is very tactical. You need to have you pre-plan exactly what you're bringing into the facilities, and so you're flexing your competitive acumen in terms of I know what to, what teams are good in terms of I need to have, the correct move sets built on my Pokemon, because you can only have full moves on a Pokemon. Sometimes you even remove a move because some of the facilities can get really stupid in terms of the way the mechanics work. So you're using really interesting ways, because you wouldn't think, oh, using free moves, you just don't play with Pokemon with free moves. Why would you not have full moves? But sort of throwing out the rulebook on what you would usually expect to come up with creative solutions on how to deal with each of these facilities in sort of, it's an exaggeration of core Pokemon. Core Pokemon has always been, I'm putting moves on my Pokemon, but no, we're exaggerating that in terms of, oh, the movesets we're building are very creative, and it puts out, you're thinking a lot about how those moves are going to be useful and applicable in the facilities that you're going through. So it is the best of Pokemon. I really do think it's probably the best speed run. I think it's the most engaging speed run that exists in Pokemon. And the fact that he didn't want to engage in something that I thought was really interesting, and instead just said, oh, I want to do that one day. But
type.
Yeah, you just did shiny hunting where you're doing
Be the most bot ass. So it's not even that it's like it's not just that it's like in itself. It's like the loss of potential that he had by choosing this route instead of like it's like, dude, there's this awesome way to engage with the game that you're totally missing out. It's like, yeah. Let me restart 3,749 times to get this shiny Mewtwo I don't do anything with. Like what?
Yeah. That's so disappointing
worst.
because I know you, Yezi. You played zombies, and this is a very zombie-esque, planning. You're planning, you're basically making your own strategy, your team building. There is a lot of that in terms of strat testing. You're sort of planning out what you're doing, and you already liked core Pokemon, and it's an exaggeration of core Pokemon where you're now actually using your brain, because in core Pokemon you don't. Wow. And you don't want to engage in that. Instead, you want to do trophy. You want to put a lion head on your wall and then a deer head on your wall. What the fuck? No. And you're never gonna. You're just gonna, show your box to people. And I didn't know how to approach it, because I think I was in a call with him and he got a shiny. He said, "Oh, I'm gonna, oh, thank you. It was you that gave me luck." And it's like weird, that zombie thing, where it's like, oh, I'm just so lucky when I'm in a call with you, these really weird superstitions, and I'm going, man, I don't even know what to say, because this is sad.
So antithetical.
I don't.
It's like God laughing at you more than it is. It's like you don't feel like well, let's go, I'm in the call, like it's just more like God is laughing at me by making like watch him succeed when I want him to desperately leave this game mode. Like
yeah, exactly. And so now he has a bunch of different colored pixels in a PC that he's never gonna use these Pokemon.
It's so funny.
Yeah, that to me, that's
it should go. That should go on his grave. I know he's gonna remember that forever. It should be on his gravestone.
So yeah, that. So to go back to the whole how do I reevaluate how I, or am I going to reevaluate how I engage in relationships? Yeah, probably. I think I'm always reevaluating, and there's probably going to be a big reevaluation in terms of just the existing relationships I have with people in general, in terms of what do I expect of them, who are my friends, in terms of who can I talk to safely, and who is going to have my back in terms of are they going to be honest with me in terms of, am I treating them right? And am I creating a big enough space for them to do that? Or am I being way too, wow, he's going to be very critical of me? And how much is it the other person's fault too?
For not letting you see. Yeah, exactly. Like for hiding it from you, as you said, like it's like, how much can you really do if they're actively trying to hide stuff from you in that way? It's like literally nothing you can do, right? It's like that you can't be expected to fucking be a detective on every fucking thing they say. Like that's just ridiculous.
So it's gonna be a case by case basis. I'm definitely gonna message EXE probably tomorrow. About I'm just like, I mean, I don't know how to. I'm just gonna say, you know, VC, or like when can you VC?
You can always do a voice message just to say, like that's always.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I always forget that that feature exists until somebody sends that to me. But just going, yeah, I've just been rethinking my relationships, and yeah, we probably should rendezvous.
Gotcha.
But
okay. Well, I gotta go get dinner. It's about 8
Okay.
o'clock. Really enjoyed talking to you as always.
yeah,
I'd love to get let me know about any updates you have and all that. So I will talk to you later.
my throat is killing me so. Thanks.
Perfect timing then. All right, see ya.
Yeah, see ya.